my. So I'm just going to let you guys start joining here for a moment. I'm just doing some laundry as you guys come in. Hello, 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 everybody. Hi, Mama 3. Hi, Jess. Hey, Dee. Hi, guys. How y'all doing today? I'm just folding some laundry, and I thought we'd have an afternoon chat while the grandson is resting. I'm going to let me send out some invites. Yes, let's share it out. Let's see. There we go. So, what is everybody up to today? What are you all doing on this fantastic little Monday? Oh, well, I guess Sarah's here. Maybe she's here. I haven't talked to her today yet. Hello, lady.
Hello, can you hear me?
I can.
Great. How's everybody doing?
Great. So grandson is here. Let me shut the door a little bit. That way grandson is resting. I'm folding laundry, and so we thought we'd have an afternoon chat about Miss Gypsy's new book.
Well, I told everybody that she had another book coming and nobody believed me.
Oh, no, I knew she was having a new book coming. Don't worry,
Oh,
I knew that. Have you seen what the new book is called, Miss Sarah? Have you seen it yet?
Is it something like Standing Strong or something like
No,
that?
My Time to Stand.
Okay, Stand. I knew Stand was in
My
there.
Time to Stand. And in it, she says that the third time that she ever stood was when she was an incarcerated woman.
Oh my God. Are you kidding me?
I am not. I am not kidding you.
Well, see, now, a lot of people didn't
Hey
believe me.
everybody, please like and share and tap it out there so we can get this out in the algorithm. We're talking about Gypsy Rose today, and especially her new book, Me and Pink Cat Sarah.
Okay, listen, I knew that when I kept telling everyone, like, okay, this is what she has coming down the pipeline. She
Yeah.
has another new book. She
Yep.
has another documentary.
Series,
She
right.
has another movie.
She just signed for the third season of Lifetime.
Right. And like nobody
Whatever
believed
one, the
me.
new
And that
one.
doesn't even include all the freaking interviews and
Yeah.
exclusives she's
It
going to
won't
do.
include the book tour she'll do either. So she'll get a bunch of money from that too.
Right. So everybody was like, no, you're confused. She already released her book. I'm like, no, guys, she has another book coming.
Right.
That's,
Brooke, I'm
already.
not going to address why they say that because they say lots of things. The fact of the matter is that we have the medical records. We have the medical records that prove that Miss Gypsy Rose has a chromosome deletion of 1q21.1. Chromosome specifically. She has a 2.74, I can't remember how long that is, but it's 2.74 of that microdeletion. And I'm going to look it up again because I was looking at it today. We put out another thing about it today. I put out a couple. In fact, today we put out the facial features of the person.
Wait a minute. We gotta address some of these comments in here, guys.
Well, I am addressing a comment. So can I?
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I am addressing a comment. So I did not falsify any of these records, and I'm not going to talk about any of that. If you'd like to know more about the chromosome disorder that Miss Gypsy does have, we put out several videos today even. I put one out about the facial features of all 4 children. I put out one explaining the different markers and some of the things that happen from there. And then, obviously, I also put out, I put out all of her medical procedures today that my nurses cataloged way back when. So they went by doctor and by year and wrote down each thing. So you guys can see that too. Just so you can understand what the actual procedures and surgeries and things are that she actually had. Because they're not what you think they are. Anyway, okay. Yeah, it would take a lot of work on my end. actually. Okay, so Sarah, what were the what other comments we needed to address?
You were answering the question that I was wanting you to
Okay.
answer was
Mhm.
about falsifying medical records.
Sure.
And then the second one I saw was about someone said she's opened up a new TikTok account since her last one was connected to Ryan's PayPal.
Yeah, I saw that today, but I'm blocked. Well, I block her on everything, but if she opened a new one, chances are I haven't blocked that one yet.
But I
So
mean
I'll look for it, but I won't know.
that goes against what the probation officer said. And
Right.
speaking of the probation officer, what in the hell this weekend? Oh gosh, Bridget, no.
I already muted her for she's got a
Okay.
5 minute mute. If she wants to stay and learn, she can, or she can sit down and leave. If she decides to act up again, my mods will take you out. Thank you very much. Okay, so next, is there any other
So,
questions I'm missing because I'm folding. So you tell me what
no,
you're
yeah,
asking.
no. I think we're
Okay.
caught up.
Anyways, so okay, I want to talk about the title of this book. I cannot believe the audacity that she has to name that her book, My Time to Stand. As opposed to what? The 23 years that you were standing anytime you fucking wanted to? Unless you were conning somebody, you got to do whatever the hell you wanted to. What do you mean your time to stand? And then you want everybody to believe the third time, oh, the third time I ever stood, I was an incarcerated woman. Can I just fall over on the ground now? My
It's
time to
just
stand. Get the fuck
where
out of here.
where did that quote come from
Uh,
out of the book?
Melissa Moore.
No, I'm just saying where was this comment about the
It's a page of her book that is the preview.
oh my God.
It was in People magazine, I think. Yeah, the
I'm
preview of
starting to
it.
wonder. You know what? I'm starting to wonder at this point if maybe Melissa Moore is maybe perhaps giving Gypsy a rope to hang herself with at this
I
point.
don't know because otherwise she's listen. I know Melissa Moore. I've dealt with Melissa Moore. I don't have a lot of respect for Melissa Moore, but I've got a lot of respect for the people that I know personally that know Melissa Moore. We hang out in similar crowds. I now have absolutely zero respect for her. Not a single shred. Knowing what I know today, that she knew when she was writing this and helping Gypsy make all of this, and she knew exactly what I know, and this is what she did.
At first,
I
I
am
thought,
appalled. I guess the apple doesn't fall far from that tree either, Melissa.
at first I thought, well, she's just doing a really bad
No,
job at post production editing. But
no,
now for her to let that go into the book when she knows it's untrue, I'm starting to think that maybe she
no.
is making Gypsy look bad on purpose.
No, I don't. I mean, maybe, but I mean, if that's her tactic, sure. But it's because. But the thing is she knows the truth. I know she knows the truth. I've spoken to Melissa twice about this project, the Lifetime Confessions, and I turned her down both effing times. I refused to participate because I knew it was going to be lies. I knew it was going to be nothing but lies. But I just cannot believe the integrity that is. She has no integrity. None. None. And like I said, I wasn't fond of her. I think she's a snake. She tried to screw me over twice. But this is something that we're seeing now, which is something we were calling out earlier. This last week, we were calling out that there is no truth in journalism. Well, we're
Guys, for
witnessing it
everybody
right
that's
now. That statement right there in that book is 100% not truthful. Even if you believe all the bullshit, that that's not truthful. You just no.
Guys, and I see your questions. We're talking about Melissa Moore, and her father was a serial murderer, and we are
Keith
talking about
Jesperson,
Gypsy's.
the
We're
smiley
talking
face
about
killer.
Gypsy's book.
Yes. But we can talk about our book too. That's fine. Yes, we can talk about our book too.
I tell
Because
you
our
what,
book is coming out. Our book will be out. Oh, you know what? Guess what, guys? I just put it on the website just now. You can pre-order your paperback book with the autographs from me and Colleen. So if you want to get just mine or you want to just get Colleen's, you can choose. Or if you want both, there is, so it's $5 a signature. And then if you want both of our signatures, we have to charge an additional $5 because I actually have to mail it from here to Colleen, or she has to mail it from there to me so that it can get out to you with both signatures.
and
Okay,
that's
so
a
it's an
real
extra.
signature, guys. That's
Yeah,
not
it's
a
not a stamp. It's
pre-printed.
not going to be stamped. We will put a real signature in there, and if you tell us a little bit about yourself, we might make it real personal for you. So, we're just itty bitty little of us. It's not like we're big celebrity status or anything. So we're not
Well,
stamping these
you know
things.
what? I
You
I
know.
know you were I know you were busy with the family and working this weekend and
Yeah.
everything. But all I got everywhere I looked on every single thing, I mean, I couldn't escape the day
The
festival this
what?
weekend.
You couldn't escape the
And
what?
the
You cut
jazz,
out for a second.
I couldn't escape the damn jazz festival this
Oh, Lord have
weekend.
mercy. Okay, I gotta go get
And
something to drink, and we will talk about the jazz festival.
I'm
Hold the hell on.
very, very angry about that and upset. And it's so disgusting. I don't, this, how is this happening in the United States? How is this happening? There is no, just one of those photos of her at the jazz
Did
festival.
you notice she has a back tattoo?
Yeah, I put that out there. Yeah, did you not, did you read our post?
I did
I put
not.
it
I
out
saw I
there.
saw it and I didn't see all of it. I just caught it as I was scrolling through.
It's a very big tacky wings on her back.
When did she get that? Was that a prison tattoo?
I don't know, but here's the thing, the jazz festival, what I've got wrong with the jazz festival, guys, is there there is, alcohol there. There's marijuana there, and there's even a picture of what appears to be Rod with a
Rolled.
I don't
With a
yeah,
rolled something.
a
I do
roll.
know that I do remember that he does roll his own, but I also know that when Gypsy was born, he was at the fish rodeo dropping. Yep. So
Well, so here's the
and
thing.
I know they smoke.
Gypsy,
I'm pretty sure they
listen,
smoke, which I don't care if
Gypsy,
they smoke, but who cares? But
Gypsy is
it's just
not
the fact that they
allowed
smoke weed
to be around
around anything like that.
alcohol or drugs. She's
Right.
not allowed to be any place that would be serving it.
Right.
Like
She
she's not
violated
allowed.
that on New Year's Eve with the champagne bottle.
Right. So I
And
mean,
she is
being at this,
drinking. She has taken several pictures of herself with drinks. Not
guys,
and she's bragging about the fact
on
that she's drinking.
she's on parole for the next 2 years. So for the
It's not
next two
and part
years,
of her parole is absolutely no drinking. That is part of her actual terms.
she is required to get random drug and alcohol testing done.
It is.
That is a condition of her parole.
It is.
So this weekend at the jazz festival,
Especially, hold on, especially if you want us to believe that she had a addiction problem either before or while in prison. So if you think she had a addiction problem in prison and she got in trouble for it, I believe at one point in time, supposedly, right? So if she did, then that would have absolutely been 100% part of her conditions because she's been caught abusing before.
and also that to me that ties into the nose job because You know, if you're an admitted abuser of pain medications, then they're not supposed to give you any for surgery. And they can actually, I mean, when they drug test her, if she has this in her system, that will fail her too.
So, okay,
I,
or what are we seeing? Yes, and Rod and Christy are big drinkers. They're huge drinkers, and I know that they smoke too. I know they do.
I know that well, I pointed out to Fancy in an interview that they did, and they were absolutely lit.
They were
And
trash.
I
They looked
didn't
trash.
even know that they smoked. And I
They looked
didn't say
trash. You're
anything to
right.
Fancy about it because I wasn't sure if she would think I was crazy or not. But turns out I was right because I said their eyes are glazed over and they're bloodshot and watered. I mean, what, you know, they're bright red.
Yeah,
Well,
the
I know
judge
why.
got me upset, but nothing surprises me from them anymore, and it's I don't know. This book has really got me in fits. The audacity to just blatantly lie. Okay, your time to stand. All right, if that's what you wanted to name it, fine, whatever. Symbolism, fuck, whatever.
Guys,
Bullshit.
I'm going to say this right now. Yes, she is allowed to go to festivals and state fairs and carnivals and stuff like that. Okay. I'm just saying
I don't want to.
she's not allowed to go to a music event where the primary thing
Okay,
is,
I don't want to discuss this any
alcohol.
longer. I don't care about her at the Jazz Fest any longer. I don't. I don't. I think what she did with Ken is disgusting. They're obviously together. I don't give a crap. I don't want to talk about her messy bullshit now. I want to talk about this book. That's what I came on here to talk about. So that's what we're going to talk about.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I would like to know what the viewers think, and I really believe now that Ken never went back to Texas.
I don't think he did. That we can talk about for a minute. I just don't want to talk. Talking about her current bullcrap just does exactly what she wants us to do. Okay, and that is giving her attention now. I don't want to give her attention now. I want to show who she is and who she was. And that's what I want to focus on. But yeah, I don't think Ken went back. I don't. There's some pictures that have been circulating, and the mirror on the car and the car itself are the same. And do you know what I'm talking
I
about?
just
Do you know what I'm
assumed
talking about?
you know what? I assumed he had gotten a rental car because he flew in.
Yeah, but did you see those pictures that I'm talking about? We talked about
Yes,
this.
I sure did.
Yeah.
I saw those
So talk
pictures.
about that for a minute because you saw them.
The pictures of the vehicles.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and what
it's
they
the
were.
same. Yeah, right. So the same color vehicle, make, model, same type of turn signals that are on the back of the rear view mirror. Um, it- they're the same exact vehicle that Gypsy was seen, coming out of the store in after Ken had supposedly returned to Texas. So a lot of people started questioning if he'd returned to Texas because of that. So I just thought, well,
Yeah,
maybe
and I'm
it's
sure everybody wants to talk about that for a second because that's current. But like I said, I'm really at a point where I don't want to talk about her currently at all anymore because it's become just ludicrous. It's a dog and pony show. It's a shit show, and People Magazine should be 100% ashamed of themselves. 100% ashamed of themselves. I don't, TMZ. We all know TMZ is trash. Lifetime. We all know it's trash. Okay, like we're not kidding anybody with TMZ and Lifetime, right? But People Magazine, really, really, wow, good job, good reporting. Proud of yourselves, are you?
it.
Yeah.
I'm just
And I'm
I'm
sitting over here telling you, the audacity, no matter what you believe, the audacity about the third time I stood, I was an incarcerated. By the way, what'd she say? woman. She didn't say girl. She said woman. I was an incarcerated woman.
It's
Her words
it's
sometimes, I'm telling you, it's
I
in the wording. It's she's so she's so icky. God. What do
I
you guys
just
think? Have you guys seen this so yet? How Dr. Phil is knowing he got duped. I would love to know what Dr. Phil thinks because I was supposed to go on Dr. Phil. We were supposed to, and by the way, this is a funny story. So there's a story there, right? So remember how I told you that Natasha Cooper and I used to be, oh, you guys can see my bras. I don't want you seeing my bras there. uh, Natasha Cooper and I, I said that she used to be my stalker, right? I used to say all that crap and everything, right? So I was scrolling the other day looking for some of the stuff that we were talking about Dr. Phil. And in it is where Christy is telling me that she went to Dr. Phil and she's hoping that Dr. Phil can send Natasha Cooper a cease and desist letter and help her get rid of her.
Oh, really? When did Dr. Phil get that kind of power? When did he become a legal authority figure?
Yeah, well, he was going to go to his, she wanted him to go to one of his, he's offered assistance in all different ways, right? So he was going to, she wanted him to go to this and da 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 da. And she, we were going to go and be on it. And she connected me with the Dr. Phil, researcher or whatever the hell. And then it never happened, of course, but I thought that was hilarious. That,
Oh, yeah.
I'd love to know what Dr. Phil thinks now. I mean, not that I think that Dr. Phil is he's Dr. Phil, okay? He's the guy that goes, you want everyone fixed but you. And you got to hear my husband do that. That comes from my husband, and it's hilarious when he does it. So,
I have had a lot of people ask me, personally, uh, about Natalia Grace, if Dr. Phil why hasn't he had her back on to, kind of apologize to her?
right.
And I'm just like, well, I mean, yeah, it would get him ratings, but I don't think his ego can stand it.
Right. Right. Well, he's off air now, isn't he?
I don't think so.
No, I think he's just got the podcast now. Oh, do you do the greatest Phil? Okay, so if you want to do a Dr. Phil impersonation, hit the box.
There you go.
Yeah, his show ended. That's what I thought. Yeah. I thought it ended. I know that he's got the podcast, and I'm not sure if he has his own cable channel now. Figures.
He's on another. It says that he's on another season.
Well, we'll see. We'll see what happens with Dr. Phil, considering that he's highly, 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 highly tied to Oprah Winfrey, and
Well,
she is
that
highly, highly, highly connected to this P Diddy case.
yeah. I mean, Dr. Phil was her protege.
Yeah, I know. So that's the. So this was one of the places that I was invited to speak at, this BoucherCon. We didn't get to go to this one because COVID. But I got the shirt. They sent me like a whole cool care package. It was super cool. They sent me that, and they sent me a couple of the author's books and things. It was really nice. I'm thinking they've been asking me to come back and speak, but I haven't been able to do it. But anyway, so I'm looking for the questions. The only episode I appreciate of his is the one with the Rusex. Yeah. Well, anyway, so this
Look
book.
at that! Thank you, Mama, for the
Oh, thank you very much. I
for
love the corgi. The corgi is like one of my favorites. Okay.
That's so
What's
sweet.
really funny is Abby, when she was little, loved corgis. She wanted a corgi. She was like, Mom, I want a corgi. I want a corgi. I want a corgi. And she always loved them when she was really little. So the family made it like a thing. Like the girls have all bought her like corgi, little plush corgis, and they buy her shirts and stuff. And her name on a lot of things was like Connie the Corgi, right? Well, now she's outgrown that and they don't realize it. And I keep telling them, hey, she doesn't really do the corgi thing much anymore. She's like, oh my God, they just keep buying this crap for me, Mom.
Oh, what do you, we are not gossiping about people, guys. We are talking
Oh,
about
no,
facts.
no, no, no. Mm-mm. No, we're not even going to address those comments. Thank you very much. This is not beating up on a child. This is discussing a cold-blooded murderer. And if you don't like that, you're free to
When
go along.
I think of the Queen too, when I think of
Yes.
corgis, and
Oh my
I always
goodness.
thought, and one of my best friends from high school, they got a corgi as their first family dog when she got married and had her son. And I swear to you, I thought it was the ugliest dog that ever lived. I was like, why do we have like a full-size dog, but the legs don't match? I
Right.
was like, the legs are so short. They're so short.
Um,
Thanks,
so thank
Leslie.
you for doing that. I will be right back. I'm gonna go grab my selfie stick so I can sit on the bed and talk because I can't go out in the living room because little man's sleeping. Did you see the cute videos I posted of him earlier?
I did not. I
Oh,
haven't
they're
been
so
on
cute.
Arctic Storm. You guys can follow her here. This is Spicy Red 92. This is her personal page, or you can follow my page, which is Sadie Beth One. But we've also got a new Good Wives page up. It's Good Wives Net 2.
Yeah, we're working on. I'm gonna work on that
And
probably tonight.
we need,
Um,
yeah, to get like a
I was gonna ask
1,000
you, do you want
followers
to
on there
go?
so we can go live
Do you want
here.
to go live tonight? Do you want to go live tonight, or since we're doing now, I guess we can do now. But I mean, do you want to go
Well,
live later tonight?
yeah,
Because
that's
we have
fine.
other things to talk about than Gypsy Rose. In fact, what I was planning, what I started talking to the group about is, guys,
Thanks for the follow, Mama.
I'm tired of talking about Gypsy all the freaking time.
Every
Um,
time we move on and start
yeah.
into something else, she drags us back down because
So
she
this is
does
what I've decided.
some
So,
crap.
yeah. So this is what
She
I've
does
decided.
some crap every
Every
freaking
freaking
time.
time. Right.
It's like
Right.
we get our heads above water and oh, here
Right.
comes the big tsunami.
Yeah.
Gypsy, she's launched another thing, and it's all done intentionally.
I know it's driving me nuts. Okay, so here's what I think we're going to do as a solution, guys. We are going to do a Friday night live every Friday night. Okay, because generally my husband works late on Friday nights anyway, and even on the weekend when we have Wyatt, my daughter usually takes him and goes. So we can do a Friday night talk, and it will be dedicated to Gypsy, talking about the new things, talking about our knowledge of the case, not the drama, the knowledge of the case. I really, really, really want to do two things here. One of the messages that I really want to get out is about the chromosome disorder because the chromosome disorder is extremely important. Okay. It changes the entire case. It calls into question who knew what at what time. And it really shows that this was never about abuse. This was all about fraud. Hashtag not abuse, fraud.
Yeah.
Okay. And then the second thing that I would like to do is to shift the focus to talking about the crime scene and Nicholas, um, and the possibility of other, theories based on the crime scene not matching with the brutality of that scene. And I'm going to start talking to, I'm hoping to get my friend Joseph, who's a death investigator, to go through the crime scene photos because I think with that and what we know, I think he can give us a pretty decent idea of whether that crime scene works or doesn't based on that. And probably I'll have my criminologist look at it as well, because I want them to do that. And I think even without the autopsy, we can pretty much figure this out, now that we know what we know. Did you see I put out your clip today, the Dan clip?
No, I did not.
Mm.
Oh, okay.
I
So,
transcribed it. I threw the
oh,
captions on.
Okay.
What he says is, ho, so Nick says,
Are we
I
talking about
saw
one clip one or clip two?
I saw the text from Dan.
Okay,
That's what
that's
he
clip
said.
two.
I saw the text from Dan and everything changed after that post. That's strange, he says. And then he said something else. It's in the captions, but it wasn't what you thought it was. When the captions turned on and I heard him say it, I was like, oh man, he's saying, and I made a whole post about it. He's literally saying that he saw the text come in from Dan. She makes a post and everything changed. The
Let's see.
plan, that's what he said. The plan changed. The
Okay, listen.
plan changed.
Listen.
That's what he said.
All I ever said about that was I saw Gypsy's friend Dan
Dan
text
text.
her, and
Yep.
I saw the message. Period. That's
Okay.
all I've ever said. And then you
Yeah.
asked me, you said, did he say something about it was weird or something? And I've consistently told you, I never heard that. All I heard was I saw Gypsy's friend Dan text her and saw the message.
Right.
That is what I 100%
Nicholas said this, yes, Amos. And yes, Lynn, that's exactly it. Dan contacted her. Gypsy says in her interrogation, yes, she did. Dan contacted her as soon as he seen the post. No, but see, and then she says, this is very important to all this little storyline right here. This is what we're talking about. Okay. So here we are. We're talking about this text message, that Nick is saying he sees it. It was strange. She made that post and the plans changed. Then she goes on to tell the officer, Stan, that her friend Dan texted her because of some post and he must have been very worried. But she didn't get to see the post because the police came too fast. And in that period of time, okay, so the first post was posted and the second post were posted. And then 20 minutes later, a third comment is made. So it's one post, two comments. Okay. Post, bitches, you know what? I unalived her, raped the precious, the third text, which is
it's
why Sarah and I talk about this Gone Girl theory all this time.
it's not a text, guys. It's a comment.
I'm sorry, this third comment on that same post on their shared Facebook said, the girl is dead too. And that came from Kimberly Blanchard, David Blanchard's wife. They say they're not related, but they're the ones that help run the VisionCon where she met Dan and all the men that she was, hooking up with. And they also say that she has the chromosome disorder. Funny how that works. Okay. But they are the ones that showed the police this comment. And the comment was deleted before they were arrested. And so no one
I've
knows
thought
about it.
about this. Look, I've thought about this long and hard
Yeah,
because when she was in the interrogation room and she was running her mouth to the deputy that was sitting outside there,
that's
she
what I
said
think
she
of
only
her.
knew
Yes,
three numbers, her mom's, Nick's, and her friend Dan. And then she says, but her and her friend Dan are like not getting along right now. They've had
right
a
now,
falling
right.
out. So what I am thinking is then she posts the girl is unalived too on the Facebook. And because I think that she wanted Dan to come get her at Nick's.
Yeah, see, okay, I think he's the one who instructed her what to say. I think he's who told her what to write in that post. And like you said, I think that was a signal from him. The text was a signal to her to make the post, and the post was a signal for him to come get her or whatever. And she was supposed to leave before the police got there, and she did not get a chance to leave before the police got there. So while she was hiding out in the freaking closet while Nick was downstairs in a standoff against the police officers, she deleted that third text.
Right. I think that the reason she had her falling out with Dan was because she wanted him to come get her, and he was like, no.
Right. I think so too. All right, guys, you know what? I'm well aware that she's going to freaking Hollywood and she hopes to meet Joey King and she's promoting. I don't give a flying fuck. Seriously, it pisses me off, but I don't want to talk about it, to be honest with you. It just gives her more fucking attention. We're talking about something serious, though. Not to scold you guys. I saw you guys commenting, and I'm like, yeah, I've seen it. I know. It's bullshit. It pisses me off, too. So, anyway, go on, Sarah. Let's keep going.
So that's the reason why I think that they had their falling out, is because, she had made the post, and she had set up the whole Gone Girl thing, and she expected Dan to come all the way up there and get her, and he was just like, nope, not gonna
No.
happen.
And
So
that's why I think there's track marks in the freaking yard. I think they had an argument after whatever happened when Dee Dee threw Gypsy out, supposedly. Supposedly. That's not what I think happened. I think she caught Dan and her in the shed doing it, and I think they beat the tar out of her. But I can't prove that yet. That's a theory I'm working on with my criminologist and the rest, to prove what the crime scene tells us, because the crime scene is wrong. But I think that's where those those tracks came from. I think he stole some money and did whatever to her, and freaking told her to clean the damn place up. And I think he's the one that threw her up against the wall by her throat and all that. And then I think she called in her savior to finish it off and do the rest of the job.
no,
And
Dan
then
is
I
not
think
in
he,
Springfield. Dan never lived in Springfield. He had
no,
friends that lived there, but
no,
he
yeah.
resided in Arkansas. And right now, at this time, he is on the run
Oh,
for
they're trying
absconding.
to say that we have the wrong Dan, by the way, the one on the run.
I know they've been saying that. I've been dealing with that in groups for 3 months now.
I do think Dan damaged the safe. See, I think something happened 2 days prior. There's a lot of reason why I believe that. I want you guys to think about something. If you have seen the crime scene photos, okay, I want to talk to you about this idea that this could have been done in an alternate location. And here's why. Okay? Here's why. Um, Let me check on little man. Okay. So the the blood on the bed does not match. The blood splatter on Nick's clothes does not match. The blood underneath Dee Dee's body does not match. The blood splatter in the room does not match. Okay, so here's my thing. In my opinion, allegedly for entertainment and educational purposes only, something my team and I have been working on is, have you looked at the pictures of the shed? The outside of the shed specifically first. There are water droplets on the outside of the shed, on the lock part, the silver lock part. And Sarah, did we or did we not look it up and see that between the 9th and the 15th, it never rained or anything like that in Springfield?
Somebody actually looked it up, and it did rain.
Oh, it did?
Yeah.
Oh, see, somebody said no.
I
Are
mean,
you sure? Our team
somebody
said
looked it
no.
up. Well, I'm just saying somebody looked it up while we were having our live, and they said it rained, but somebody could look it up again right now and see.
Sure. So there's water on the outside, and it could be dew, but there's water on the outside. But if you look inside the shed and you look at the actual floor, okay, it looks like it's indoor outdoor carpet. So that's a kind of a carpet that you can just hose down. The walls are a little bit there's pieces of the walls you can see that look a little wet. There's a pink hat on the floor that looks wet, and the box of Pampers, I don't know if it's Pampers or wipes,
It's
they had
wipes,
both,
a box of
is
wipes.
wet. There is a 2x4, two by fours that are in the where the toddler bed is in the back left corner. The toddler bed is, you can see that it's slumped in like it was stepped into, and there's two pieces of plywood next to it that are like the slats that are in there.
Yeah,
And
they're the bottom slats, the
yeah, they're the
mattress
bottom slats
slats.
and they're like broken off. So here's what I think, okay? I think she walked in on Dan and Gypsy doing it again after she'd forbid this shit. And they'd been arguing about this for a while. And she said that because you know what? The first news article that came out, there was a neighbor named Kevin, and I've not found Kevin. I don't know Kevin, but he stated in there that Dee Dee was super happy about her relationship with the boyfriend, and his name was Nick, and that she was bragging about it and how sweet it was, and he's a really nice guy. And Nick says that he met Dee Dee and she was nice. And I want to ask you, who took the picture of them in the freaking movie theater? Dee Dee did.
And
Come on now,
he said
folks.
repeatedly that Dee Dee was a good mother.
Yes, and then Gypsy herself says to Stan Hancock that my mom told me to go with Nick to Wisconsin out of love. Go with the boy to Wisconsin if it makes you happy. And I think she said that out of love. Those are her words, folks. Those are her words. And so one of the things we're working on, and I'm super excited about this. I was talking to the team about this today, or maybe yesterday. My days are running together. But we're talking about going through, we're going to each pick a documentary and we're going to watch it and write down all the different stories she tells. And so that way, we don't have to watch every single one of them, but then we can catalog it and we can see it and we can grab them in her own words, the clips and even the words, we can transcribe it and have a clip and you guys can hear the changing of her stories, and we can show you where we think we're
How,
hearing
what
the truth. I'm super
in
excited about that.
prison listen, just in prison confessions alone, which lasted over an 18-month span,
Right.
she contradicts herself time and time again in the same documentary.
See, Lynn says she's corresponded with Nick since 2019 and he has never spoke bad of Dee Dee. See, I need to know more about how much he did or did not know Dee Dee, Lynn, because I didn't get to talk to him hardly at all. I got maybe one or two emails between him and me, and I've talked to Bobby. I think I've talked to an older uncle, but I don't know. And then, obviously everybody liked to poison his mind about me. But in their defense, I was pretty freaking awful in the beginning. I said some really nasty shit, and I have apologized for that repeatedly because I had a freaking nervous breakdown one night almost because realizing that I had really villainized him, and I don't want that. But I'd really love to know more about Dee Dee. If anybody knows more about Dee Dee in any way, I have some people from Louisiana that's reached out to me recently about different things that are new people, not the same people that I've been dealing with before, which all have been proven to be liars now. I mean, the whole lot of them. Now even Titania and Suzette are like saying some stupid crap about, Brandy said the other day that now, because I'm saying that Dee Dee was a good mom, which is not what I said. I said I think that Dee Dee was a mom that tried to do the best for her kid by giving her an outlandishly, ridiculously lavish life. Okay, she fleeced a system for a sick kid. She cashed in on it, and they lived a charmed life. She gave her everything she wanted. Does that mean that she's the best mom in the fucking world? No, it does not. But now they're saying because I said that now I'm negating all the stories that Titania told us about how awful Dee Dee was as a teenager. What? Like, yeah, what? What?
Hey,
No.
hey, Mama wants to come up if she's still here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mama?
Sure.
I don't know if she's still here or
Oh,
not.
it's Mama Mariana.
Yay, with the corgi. Thank you.
How are you, my love?
Hello, hello. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I mean, I worry about girls like her from my son who has ASD and Asperger's.
Yes.
That I'm actually discussing things with him
Yes.
to make sure this never repeats. Because
that is why this is so important.
Yeah, it's all about educating them, and
it's all about education. They, Brandy and Kendall Grant this is the people we're having problems with. The other day said something about the fact that I won't be happy until everyone hates her. That is not what I want.
That's not your goal. You just
I
want the truth out.
I want the truth, and I want to educate people in many different ways as to why this is so horribly bad. Because let me tell you, I mean, this could have caused a wealth of problems for a million people. What if the doctors had
Absolutely.
gotten in trouble for this? Knowing what we know now, this is ridiculous.
Yes, I absolutely agree with
It's
you.
never
Well,
about abuse.
I think we need to talk to the kids because it's twofold, because you have children that are on the spectrum and you want to make sure that they don't get manipulated, and then you want to make sure that your kids are educated where they're not like, hey, guess what, I can get rich and famous if I just get rid of my parents.
Right.
Exactly.
So freaking dangerous.
This case is setting a precedent, and we are already seeing copycats.
Yes.
Fancy, I have a question for you.
Yes, ma'am.
I took a picture of a TikTok page that I found, which I personally didn't like, and I reported it anyway.
Thank you.
I thought I would be the one to email it to you or send it to you.
Yes, you can send it to us at TIPS.
All right, I got it right there. Give me a second. I'm not that fast.
It's tipsforgoodwives@gmail.com.
For good wives.
For good wives. WIVES.
At what?
WIV. V is in Victor.
Right.
At gmail.com.
At gmail.com. Okay.
Not Victor.
Oh, God.
So tipsforgoodwives@gmail.com.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. She's posting a lot of things about you. And I was like, absolutely not. You want to talk about bullying at its finest?
Yeah.
Who is it?
We get it so often. It's just, we're cataloging it right now.
The name of the place, it was called Fancy Maselli's Knock.
Oh, fun.
Unhinged Wives Network. There was another one that declined me because I guess she saw I'm following you because it's private. Okay? And it's called.
I scare them. Don't you know, Mariana? I scare them.
It's called Good Wives Network. Good Wives Network.
The fun spin.
Is it exposing the Good Wives Network?
Exposing the Good Wives Network.
Yeah, we know who they are too.
Yeah, we know who they are. Also, they're the same people that run that. The same people that run that run the
I'll tell you, my blood was boiling. So my husband's like, what are you going to do? I was like, report.
Yeah, it's upsetting. They have gone real life now, and
Free the Couch. Yeah, Free the Couch is another one, Mama.
And I'm not talking like they talk about our lives. No, they've gone real life. They're doing things in real life that can have real life consequences.
Of course.
Game, and it is extremely vile. I don't want to talk about it, but I do appreciate that you guys send those in to tipsforgoodwives@gmail.com. I appreciate that you report them. I'm not trying to tell you go out and report these people. If you see it and it seems like it is inappropriate or bullying, please, for any reason, if it's not even about me, if it's just about anybody, go report it, because we have to stop this. And I think it's really funny that right now the TikTok owners are trying to come back at the United States government for saying that taking TikTok out of the United States is a freedom of speech violation, when they let freedom of speech violations happen every freaking day on their damn
Exactly.
Now you're going to stand behind the First Amendment, but not on your platform. You better stand behind it on your platform before you start talking about our government not appreciating that you don't.
Exactly.
You better fix yourselves. That's all I'm telling you, TikTok, because this is not right. What you are doing is not right. And then to stand behind that same freaking statute, man, you all got balls.
Yep. I'm telling you, I saw that and I followed it to be able to see what the contact was. And then I unfollowed her and I
that.
reported it. And I
Yeah.
said, they want to talk about bullying? Let's
Yeah.
talk about bullying then.
Yeah.
That is bullying at its finest, what they put on that site. I said, no, that's uncalled for. I'm
Well, we
sorry, it's
appreciate
uncalled
that.
for.
We
So,
appreciate that.
but
Thank
I
you so
tried
much.
to send you a message through TikTok. I
Yeah.
guess you have to accept the message in order for me to, but I don't know how to send like pictures through there. And I'm
I
still
don't
learning
either.
the platform. I'm still learning. I'm a
You
little
can-
old.
You can
Listen,
hit me up on.
you
You can.
can't send pictures through TikTok.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
so you
can't?
can hit us
Okay.
up at Instagram though. That's a good place. Good Wives Net, and I'm the one that sees all of that. So
Okay.
if you go
Well, I
over,
have your email. I'll just send you the
and the email is
snapshot.
fine too.
I took a snapshot of it and I'll just
Did you
send
have
you
anything
that.
else you wanted to? That's fine. Did you have anything else you wanted to talk about, or do you want to hop down?
No, I just think that GR is a hot mess. And
Oh yeah.
I think
You
that
know what? I want to
her
know. I
mi-
want to know. What do you think of the name of her new book and what she said about this third
I don't
stamp?
know the name of the new book. What's the new
Oh,
book?
you didn't hear? Okay. Wow, that's why I even came on live today. Little man's out there sleeping, and it hit me hot. The name of her new book is My Time to Stand. And in it, she says that the third time she ever stood was when she was an incarcerated woman.
You're kidding me, right?
I am not.
Oh my God.
And Melissa Moore is the co-writer again.
I think, to be honest, I think Melissa Moore is the writer and she's the co-writer because considering she said she never had an education, how the hell is she going to write a book?
Well, you know, what's really funny about that is that 2011 document that proves that none of this is abuse and it's a chromosome disorder. It also is really funny what's in there. It mentions that a tutor or a teacher comes to the home once a week.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
Isn't it, though?
It's very interesting.
Yeah, I think that these people have lied about everything.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
I
And
think
it's all for the attention, the money.
Yeah.
It's just
And I
them
think
trying to
they're
make a
sleeping
quick
on
buck.
it.
And I think when they start saying things about you, they're
Yeah.
trying to get a rise out of you.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
that way, absolutely. They're trying to get a rise out of you because they want to see you react to it. And I'm like, you know what? Don't give it to them because the more you give it to them, the more excited
Yeah.
they get.
And that's what
It's not
we're
worth
not
it.
doing anymore. Yeah.
It's
We're
not
just
worth
not going
it.
to. You know, when they hold a room, you know, they hold a room that's whatever. So a whole fucking 5 people saw that you don't like me. Well, I don't care if you don't like me. I don't care. I have the
Exactly.
proof. I have facts and evidence. And if you don't like
Exactly.
facts and evidence and you want to support a schmurderer, a cold-blooded one at that, and her con artist lying family, then don't be here. You don't have to be on my page. You don't have to like me. But you're
agree
not
with
going to
you.
silence me. That ain't happening.
How
Because
about Brie being?
Mm-mm.
I saw that picture of Brie at the music
Yeah,
festival
the
with
jazz
her.
festival. Oh, we were talking about that earlier. That's got Sarah hot.
I am fucking furious. And
But I can't understand
ever
how she hasn't been arrested yet with the drinking. And don't tell me she's not smoking because I'm going to tell you from now. I know she is. Okay, how has she not been arrested for that? That goes against, at least here in New York, it would go against the parole.
No, it goes against her parole. It does.
Well, hey, where I live, she would have been, as soon as somebody saw me, if that had been me, as soon as somebody saw me at that festival, surrounded by people holding alcoholic beverages, knowing that what it's for, yeah, no, I would have gone straight to jail. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
Well,
You were
maybe
her,
when she sees her parole officer, Ruby comes out. Who knows? I don't know. You know,
No, she has no, guys. Again, if you want to listen, according to her, in prison, she had an addiction problem. So it is absolutely 100%,
Oh, yeah.
100% part of her parole that she gets random drug and alcohol tests and that she cannot use.
So how long does alcohol stay in your system for?
Around it. What?
How long does alcohol usually stay in your system for?
24
Right.
hours? Is it 24 hours?
24, 48 hours, depending on how much you
24.
drink.
She just drinks a bunch of water and she washes it out, and then by the time she takes it, she's passing that
Right.
that
Or
pee
she
test
holds a
and it's
balloon,
done.
or she holds a balloon with clean pee, you know?
Or
I
yes,
mean,
or she can do that too.
Look,
She's a felon. Come
Roxanne,
on, guys. We know she
Bree
knows
is
about
more
the
than a
game.
listen. Bree's a fangirl. She's Gypsy spokesperson. She was there with them at
Yeah.
the New Orleans
Along
festival,
with
jazz
Ken.
Yes.
festival.
Along with Ken.
Because she does live in Louisiana. She lives right down there by them. So, and any other normal parolee would have had to get permission from their parole officer because she lives in Cutoff, Louisiana. They would have had to get permission to go to New Orleans just to go to this festival.
Yes,
Any
absolutely.
other normal parolee. And guess what? The request would have been denied.
Tonight.
And another thing is, one of the people just posted before, I forgot, I don't know if it was Lucy or whatever her name was.
Uh-huh.
She said that he drove from Texas.
It's crossing county lines. She cannot leave the area that she
No.
is in without permission. You
Yes.
guys don't understand. Every time she wants to go somewhere, she's supposed to get permission. Hell, she's not even supposed to just go out and do whatever she wants. She's only supposed to be able to go to work and to do the minimum things that she's supposed to do. That is
Work,
And she
doctor
cannot use the
appointments,
festival as a
and
job.
no, she cannot use a
She
festival.
cannot use it as a job. That's not a job. That's her having fun. So how is she getting away with this? I don't know.
Right now, she's getting ready to go to Louisiana or not Louisiana, LA to promote the freaking show, and she hopes to meet Joey King. Wait a minute, I thought you hated the act, and I thought you said that you hated Joey King because you didn't think she was very nice and you didn't like the way she portrayed you.
Exactly.
Shut up and get the hell out of here, dumb bitch.
they made up and
Oh,
celebrity.
so irritated. All right, well, Mariana, I'm gonna let you go, baby, so we can.
You got it, sweetie. Thank you for having me on,
No
and I'll
problem,
talk to you
sweetheart.
soon.
Yeah. Anybody else wants to hit the box, they're welcome to, as long as little man stays asleep.
How do I disconnect? I don't know how to
I don't know.
disconnect.
I can't. There we go. Hold on. Gotcha. There we go. Okay. She is doing it all for money. She is. She is. They all are. They all have been. You know, Sassy Pants, you said you were with Bree you were watching Bree's live this morning, and she said what? I was catching half of it, but I was having a conversation.
Somebody said that Bree's live was just absolutely exhausting and horrendous to listen to. I can't listen to
I
her.
don't care.
No.
I don't even care. All right, so back to what were we talking about? Were we talking about chromosome disorder? Because I think that's what I was wanting to talk about. Where were we at before we brought on Mariana?
Bree was yelling at me and defending Gypsy.
Who is?
That's what
Sassy.
she said.
Oh, yeah.
Why was she yelling at you?
The shed. Yeah. Okay. So yes, we were at the shed. Okay. So.
Oh wait, I have to say one thing.
Yeah.
Wasn't it convenient that TMZ just happened to be at this jazz festival?
Oh, I know. Oh, who's on the? Somebody wants to come up. Oh, Sassy wants to come up. Okay. All right. We'll let you dish for a minute, but let's keep it classy with the gossip. All right. Hey, girl.
Sassy Pants.
Did I press something by accident?
Oh, did
Yeah.
you press it by accident?
Is that what I did? I'm so sorry. I did. Listen, a moderator on Bree's chat put me on this morning, and it was the first time, and I'm like, what the heck? But yeah, no, I did not mean to do that.
That's okay, sweetheart. Go ahead.
How do I end it? How do I end that crap?
I'll get you out. Don't worry. Hold on.
Thank you.
No problem, sweetie. No problem.
Exactly. Like it's not like paparazzi are running around NOLA and the damn Jazz Heritage Festival.
Right.
She called TMZ and was like, "Hey guys, we're all gonna be here."
Right. And Roxanne, you're right. That's the problem with Bree. She believes everything they say. Her authority is, well, Gypsy said, well, Christy said. Well, have you not noticed that they say lots of things? Sweetheart, have you not? You know, so, and I do agree. I'm sure that she's probably a very easily manipulated person, and it's another person that they are preying on. It's her. That's what they do, and it's disgusting. But let's get back to the shed for a moment, okay? I don't want to talk about this stuff anymore. You know, oh, Court is Bree's mod now. Oh, period.
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 What do you have to say now, Sarah?
Yeah, okay. So the shed is wet inside. Okay. I've always had a problem with David Blanchard's accounting of how he gets into the house while the police are there. And it didn't match up with the crime scene being not disturbed in the kitchen at all. And he had a key to the house. He would have been able to let himself in. I don't know why he wouldn't have. So, he's changed his story 3 times. He didn't go into the room. He did look in the room. The door was closed. The door was open. I didn't see anything. I felt creeped out, so I didn't go in there. I mean, you know? So we're not talking about her husband and Ryan and all that crap. We're talking
Right.
about
I mean,
this.
when you have a post stating that a woman has been unalived and her disabled child is missing, you are going to turn that house upside down, inside out, every cupboard, every cabinet, every nook and cranny. You're not just going to go to the bedroom and stop yourself and be like, "Ooh, I got a creepy feeling not to go in here," and then go to turn the light switch on and say, "Oh, the light bulb was burnt out. The lights didn't come on." Well, just an hour later, the lights were working perfectly fine for the police.
Right. And then, okay, so look, so here's my thought process. So, based on the text messages, 2 days earlier, she tells Nick that she was kicked out. She tells Stan Hancock that her mom threw her out, that they've been arguing over Nick. But when they're doing if you watch the investigation real close, I believe she's talking about 2 different men. And when she's talking about the very violent person that her mom does not like and she's never liked, I think that's Dan. I wish I had my damn chickens. I know people like to make fun of them, but I love my stupid chickens. So you all can go quack quack somewhere else. Anyway, but we got Quack Pack merchandise. I've got one more coming, guys. It's really cute. Abby and I worked on it together. Quack Pack merch. But when you got a story of 2 guys, she's talking about 2 different guys, and her mom tells her go with Nick. Okay, so you've got these things that don't match up. And now you know that Dan is involved because of what Nick is saying in his interrogation video. Gypsy mentions him in her interrogation video. This is not a fucking coinky dink. And the crime scene is a mess. Okay, so what I think happened 2 days before, she texts Nick, "Oh my God, mom threw me out. You gotta come. Oh my God, we gotta move this up. You gotta come. I gotta sleep with the bugs." Well, did you guys look at what was in the shed? Inside the shed were bug fuckers all over. Interesting. But there is nowhere in the heck that she was sleeping out there. And that toddler bed hadn't been used in forever. You can tell. It's an old ass toddler bed. And she moved into that house. They thought she was 12. Why would they have a toddler bed?
They would have actually had to gone out, excuse me, and they would have had to gone out and purchase a toddler bed or have somebody donate it to them or something, because there was never at any point that toddler bed was not Gypsy's toddler bed.
Right. No, absolutely not. So, okay. And so here we are. We've got a wet floor out in the shed. We've got the wet hat. We've got the wet box. We've got the broken toddler bed. We've got the broken 2x4s. We've got a crime scene that doesn't match. We've got David Blanchard saying he crawled through a window and nothing happened there. So if it happened, if allegedly, in my opinion, for entertainment and educational purposes only, with my help of my team, I'm thinking Dan and her got caught in the shed. Mama came in and lost her shit and said, "Why don't you just go with that boy in Wisconsin and get away from him? I told you I didn't want him seeing you anymore. He's a drug addict, Gypsy." And I guarantee you, Dee Dee, based on the front of her body, looks like she has been beat up one side and down the other. Okay? All right? It does not match. It does not match. There's the tire tracks that don't match. There's the hat that doesn't. Where the hell did that come from? There's the ring that's in the middle of the floor, right? The safe, the weird amount of money everywhere, the checks, none of it matches. Nothing is right. But I don't think that Dan and Gypsy could have moved that body by themselves. I don't. Unless they picked her up in the sheet and kind of maybe I don't know, Sarah. What do you think about that? If they rolled her onto the sheet and then like dragged the sheet, but that would, I don't know. What do you think?
Uh, I mean, they could have used the sheet to like transport her from the shed back into the house and put her in bed.
But do you think Gypsy and Dan would have been strong enough to do that?
No, hell no. No,
No,
no. I'm talking about Dan and David.
Dan and David. See, I think Dan called somebody. I think Dan called somebody. I don't know if it was David. I'm not saying it is
It
David.
could
There's
have been
no.
one of his buddies that he
It could have
stayed
been.
with there in Missouri all the
It
time.
could have been the roommate that knew that
Right.
she was over 21. It could have been any number of
It
different
could
guys.
have been, let's see. He's
David Blanchard.
allegedly, in my opinion, educational purposes only, was part of a pill ring selling pills, and I believe that Gypsy was giving him Dee Dee's pills to sell, and also, there's a lot of nefarious people he was involved with, and he could have called any of them to come help him.
I saw on Thought Catalog last night when I was putting some stuff together for the documentary, that there was a post. There was a couple of them, and I'd seen them before, but it didn't. Since we started looking heavily at FishaCon, it stood out to me because it was where that person alleged that Gypsy Rose was hitting on men in the FishaCon group, and that Dee Dee knew about it, and they were all men in their 30s and 40s, and one of her friends knew somebody that did it with her. I mean, and there was 3 or 4 different posts about it now that I saw, and I was like, damn, people, like I said, everyone freaking knew. Everyone's always known.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most frustrating part is, when they all found out, when that group of people found out at VisionCon in 2009 that she could walk, why didn't somebody come forward? Did Dee Dee just like con them? Because apparently she's,
Hang on a second. Hey guys, I'm seeing the chat and I understand what you're saying and who you're talking about, but let's not do that, okay? I don't want to talk about her being a picker or being on drugs or anything like that. I don't appreciate when people say those things about me because of my condition that I have, and we do not know whether she is or she isn't. So please, she could just have, ADHD. She could. I don't want you guys saying those things. Please be respectful, even if they're not respectful. We can be respectful, okay? Thank you. All right, keep going, Sarah.
yeah, they were talking about Breeze Live, and
Please,
I'm
aware.
let me
Keep
finish
going with what we're talking about.
Yes, I'm trying to finish my sentence. I said that, that they were talking about that, and then when you addressed it, it threw me off. But what I was saying was that, Dee Dee was a master manipulator and con artist. So the only thing I think she could have done was just go to them crying and pleading and begging them not to turn her in and report them because, Gypsy could walk, but she still had cancer though and didn't have long to live. So please let her live out, the
I
last of
don't
her
even think it's
years.
that.
I
I
don't
don't
know
even think
what
it's
she
that.
did to convince them not to rat them out.
I do. I mean, isn't it obvious?
Money?
No. She's caught in a room with a 35-year-old man. Then she's hitting on 30 and 40-year-old men in that same community of the same Vision Con. Come on, Sarah, put 2 and 2 together. We're talking smacks.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
We're talking about what we've been talking about this whole time, that we believe that is when Gypsy began running her own cons, her own sexual things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that's what I think. That's what I think.
So do you think she was black? So you think she was blackmailing them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Either that or she's just supplying it, she's running Gypsy. I don't freaking know, because obviously nothing was too freaking taboo for these people. Nothing. There is nothing these people won't do. And I mean, from mama all the way down to Rod and Christy to grandma to great grandma, that's who this family is. When somebody said this about it the other day and was like, what do you even mean? That's what this family does. This is what this family does. Okay? And if those men are already hitting on her and she's over the age, well, okay, let's do whatever you're doing. They don't have boundaries. These people don't have boundaries like you and I have boundaries. These are. I watched a video the other day about the difference between narcissists and sociopaths, because all all sociopaths are narcissists, but not all narcissists are sociopaths. And so there are certain things that narcissistic people will do. And then there are certain people, then there are full on sociopathic people. Narcissists still have feelings and emotions. They don't feel and have emotions like everyone else. And in some sense, we all have some amount of narcissism in us. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Especially those of us that gravitate towards the arts. We have to be a little bit narcissistic to come on and think that people want to hear what we have to say, or come to see us do a show, or watch a fucking movie we put out. We have to. It's confidence, but it's a little narcissistic. Okay? But it's not full narcissism. And there are different levels of narcissism. You have narcissistic tendencies. You can be a full narcissist. And then there is a full sociopath. I do not believe that Gypsy Rose has feelings and emotions. I believe that that is something that's not just nature, because I believe it runs in their family, but I believe that on top of that, it was nurture from both sides of this family.
Well, I mean, from everything that I've read recently about talking to people that were incarcerated with her,
Yep.
that she was an absolute diva.
Yes. And then the other thing, okay, is that Rachel said, and other people have said, that she spent a great deal of time in her room watching TV. She wouldn't come out and socialize with everybody. And that is a sign of something that sociopaths tend to do, because they don't know how to interact. And she hadn't had to have massive amounts of interaction on her own before. It was always with her mother, or online, where she could be anything. She can do whatever online. She doesn't have to, like, they don't have to see her body language or anything. You know what I'm saying? So she didn't know how to interact with anyone. And that was something that happened to her while she was in Greene County. Even she was snitching on everybody and getting in trouble and having smecks in the hallways and stuff, because she did not know how to act. She has these sociopathic tendencies. And if you think about it, so she's watching TV all the time because she's trying to learn how she's going to interact when she comes out into the world. She even lied to the Lifetime Confessions psychologist, guys. So if you think she's going to get help, no, she's not. This is a sociopath. Looking at that is what she is doing. She literally, after coming out in her book and saying that she had smecks with someone before Nick, and that he did not take her V, then she lies to the guy on Lifetime Confessions and tells him that Nicholas did.
Well, I mean, a lot of times people will watch that are sociopaths. They do watch a lot of television and movies so they can try to learn social cues.
Yep, that's it. That's it. But I mean, it proves that she can't even get help because she lies. She won't stop lying. This new lie. God, it keeps coming back to this book. I'm telling you, Sarah, I am livid about this book. Like, yeah, I'm not like unhinged and I'm not going to get all psycho and yell and scream and all that shit. And because I'm like so much more peaceful than I was a month ago, like what this book has got me just the audacity of it. It just, damn, the lies. Why? Why do you need to keep lying? Just stop. No one cares
It
anymore. Just say, okay, great. I was abused and that's it. And I'm not going to talk about it anymore because it's too traumatic for me to talk about. And I just want to go on with my life being Gypsy Rose, whatever the fuck I'm going to be, or Urker, I guess, or whatever flavor of the week comes along next week.
right. And I mean, at this point, this is not an autobiography. This is a freaking book of fiction.
It might as well be a novel because I mean, it's as truthful as a freaking I don't I don't even know. I can't. It has no truth. Let's just say that
Well,
it's just no truth.
you know how you feel about the book right now? That's how I felt about the Jazz Fest all weekend.
Yeah. I get that, and I feel that. I just feel like I mean, you can talk about it a little bit if you want to. I was worked up earlier about it because I don't want to give attention to her bad behavior now, but I mean, it does play on what it was from before, I mean, we're watching a pattern of behavior here. Yeah, Misty, I will probably get it because it'll be free. I'm hoping it'll be free on my Kindle Unlimited. I get them because I need to analyze the stories and the words and everything so that I can finish off this damn documentary series. I mean, I know it's going to take us years to still get, it all finished. I'm hoping to get the first season out maybe next year, or begin end of this year maybe, hopefully, but probably beginning of next year.
I mean, I think it's still too early to even put the documentary out because I still think that Gypsy's got a lot more cards up her sleeve.
I
I
think
think
so
she's
too.
going to be put, I
Well,
think she is
that's why I think I want to do a series, so it's an
right.
ongoing series, I
Yep.
don't want to just do a movie. I never wanted to do that. Yeah.
You know, the thing is at the rate she's going,
Hmm.
she should, she should by law be put back in prison for the rest of her term.
No, Maria, and I didn't get to find out about the unsealing of the autopsy because I think you told me after after I was already done for the week. So my grandson's here, but maybe Sarah, one of either me or you or somebody on the team can do it this week and find out if it's unsealed since they think it might have been unsealed because of him going to the Supreme Court. So
I think that toxicology and autopsy report is the key that we said we feel like we're missing. You and I talked the other
you
night,
said
and you
that, but
said,
I
"What are
said
we
that I do
missing?"
feel like that with a good death investigator, we could do it with what we have. But I'd like to have that. Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It is. It's just so vital to the
Thank you,
case.
Mariana. If you find it, will you please let us know? Thank you so very much. We would appreciate the help. See, teamwork
So,
makes the dream work, guys. All right, I'm sorry, Sarah. I keep interrupting you, but go ahead.
so as far as the book, I guess it's been released now. Is it being sold on Amazon? What or
Her book. Her book.
yes, the new Gypsy.
It's not out yet. I think it's going to be out in the summer. But
Okay,
they released I don't know if it's on pre-order, or if it's whatever, but there was a promo out today
I
and
saw that.
it just set me off. It set me off. I was just like, you have some freaking nerve. I just
January 2025. Okay, because see, that's kind of what I was missing when I walked in here because I had seen, I just saw the little
oh,
clip, but I didn't see a
2025.
release. I didn't see a release date.
Wow.
I thought
No.
it was at the end of this summer.
Okay, so I did too. I thought it was at the beginning of the end of this summer. The Lifetime thingy is, I think they filmed season 1. I think they're filming
Season 2.
2, and then they've signed on for season 3, which Ken is going to be part of. I don't want time. Can we please go back to better things? The book. Let's just the book. I want to. Talk
That's
me.
what. That is what you. I can already tell that book is the only thing that you want to talk about right now, and it's what's really got you going. And I can completely relate and understand why you
I
feel that
mean,
way.
it's just lie. It's so disrespectful at this point. Can we have a
Yeah.
conversation about how disrespectful this is? You are insulting the intelligence of the world at this point. Because it is an international story. So, whatever. Apparently, everyone affects the world. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
right. Everybody affects the world.
And then these people that support her, or even if they don't support her but run around with the yo-yos that like to say stupid shit, and cause problems, have the audacity to say that me and Sarah are liars, or me and Colleen are liars. Lady, your whole life is a lie and you know it. And you're 34 years old. Act like a grown-ass fucking adult. And yes, you know what? You were a woman when you were incarcerated. But bitch, you knew you could walk. Oh, wait. You said it on the stand. What was it, Sarah? Give it to me. I always knew what?
Always knew I could walk.
Well, and what else did she always know?
That this was for financial gain.
And I wasn't sick. That's under oath, folks. Under penalty of perjury. So if you don't believe those 3 statements, then guess what? She should be back in jail for perjury.
Right. I mean, this is, my mind is just, after this jazz festival, my mind has been blown all weekend. Is like, how in
And
the
then this,
hell
yeah.
is her probation officer in Louisiana and Missouri letting her get away with this?
The audacity of all this. The audacity. Yes. Auntie Aunt came and they all knew. Yeah, I agree. I think they all knew. All the pictures with Rod, she's sitting here. We're talking about Gypsy Rose. Where she's sitting here, she says, in one thing she tells everybody her dad's her best friend, and another thing she says she never sees him, and another thing she does it, and then she comes out and is like, I hated him. Like, get it? What relationship did you have with him? You sure as shit looked like you had a really good relationship with him when you were standing behind him when you should have been sitting in a wheelchair. Oh, but remember, what'd she say? She always knew she could walk. What'd Christy say? We always knew she
Christy
could
said we always knew she could walk. The Petrie said we knew she could
always
walk
could
and
walk.
she could eat.
Yep.
And
They all knew.
they were all in on this con
Yes.
together.
Yes. Oh, okay. And I wanted to talk about, so some people.
So, just guess what just flashed up on my screen?
Oh God, what?
One of, I guess my namesake has asked to join
Who?
our club. Who do you think? Name?
Oh,
Name?
no.
I thought she was blocked.
I did too. No. Okay. Moving on. We don't talk about trivial things.
No,
Okay.
it just popped up and I was like, wait.
That's funny.
Did we not block her? I
I
thought
don't
we
know.
blocked
We'll
her.
figure it out. Okay. So guys, listen. Somebody thinks these people that are close to, Gypsy and Christy and them, some of them are mad at Christy, some of them aren't, some of them support Christy, some of them support Gypsy. All these different people want to talk about this chromosome disorder found in 2011 so freaking ignorantly. It is driving me mad. So we're going to talk about this one more time because I've posted several things about it today. One about the facial features. I have posted about the different types of things that this actual deletion causes, the different symptoms. Today we put out all of her medical procedures that my ladies cataloged. And so here is the deal. You know, it is not medical child abuse. I don't believe that it was any type of abuse. And we will talk about what we talked about earlier, Sarah, not now. We'll talk about it in a minute. As long as my grandson doesn't wake up, we'll come back to it. But I want to talk about the comparison we made this weekend about child actors and Gypsy Rose. But the chromosome disorder that was confirmed in 2011 is not some little piece of paper to just, it's some little disorder. I want you guys to understand. This blows the entire case apart. It changes the name of the game in every way because it puts a light on every single lie and exactly what is true. It's not a subjective thing. This is not something that I just plucked out of the air and convinced Colleen to go along with, and I want to convince everyone to hate Gypsy Rose. No, this is the truth. This is the truth, and it is the most important piece right now. Do you understand? It is the most important piece because here's what happens with this. Okay? One of a million things that I can think of is that Rod and Christy have both told me that the very first thing that Dee Dee ever told them that was wrong with Gypsy was a chromosome disorder. The Petries have said that the first thing that they knew was a chromosome disorder. Kim Blanchard stood outside of the crime scene and said chromosome disorder. That's why it's in the case files. Every freaking medical record from her ever said chromosome disorder. And Rod even said the chromosome disorder, he goes, she moves to Katrina hit and it was so impactful on their lives that they were airlifted out to Missouri. And then she's shaving her head and telling me that she has cancer. And I thought that was a big leap from a chromosome disorder. The chromosome disorder is actually what is wrong with her. It is 100% truthful.
It's mentioned so many times, and
Unbelievably
it
so.
was just like, okay, chromosome disorder, what's that,
Well, it even explains why the muscle biopsy and the nerve conduction study was done. Because in that muscle biopsy, I was looking at it today, actually, and it's talking about how there is atrophy of the muscles and there was some inflammation and irregularity. Some of the things were larger than they were supposed to be, but they were, but otherwise did not appear to be, myopic, whatever the heck.
Here we go. Here, you know what? Here's a great question from T. How does this change anything?
Okay. So in 2011, so basically the entire time, Dee Dee has always told everybody chromosome disorder. Okay. And the people, the narrative is Munchausen by proxy, medical child abuse is what I like to call it because that makes sense to everyone. Okay. And it's what the industry uses. So it's what they've alleged, correct? That's what the going narrative is. See, this chromosome disorder, though, is exactly why that is a false narrative and why it's 100% been the media guided by the Blanchard family for this narrative to be told. It's how she got her plea deal. It's how they sank Nicholas because they rushed to get Mommy Dead and Dearest out before that he went to trial. Okay. They used all of this to get the public behind them to garner all the money and all the deals and all the things that they're doing now to continue scamming. But here's where the chromosome disorder comes in. It is a genetic disorder passed down on Rod's side of the family. His 3 other children carry the same physical traits, milder so, but if you look, we posted it today. There's a comparison. One of our friends posted it, and I reposted it, and then I made something with it too. But it's like showing the different way that the triangular shape of the face, the sunken in eyes, the big nose. Those are all the features. They have microcephaly, which is the smaller head sometimes, which is listed in Gypsy's medical records. And the symptoms of this chromosome disorder are eye problems, small in stature, a palate lift, which makes their voices higher, and have problems with their salivary glands. They have problems with their ear canals. They have problems with their limbs and their muscle tone. They have weakness in their legs. They have stomach issues. They have feeding issues, failure to thrive. What am I missing, Sarah? What else besides schizophrenia? What are the other, like, all the things? I'm trying to think of all the things the dental problems. They have massive dental decay. Dee Dee, all the things that she was actually treated for that we list in our list that I put out today for you guys to look through. And if you want to watch it here, you can watch it in a video form, but on our Facebook page at Good Wives Net, I put the actual pictures so you can just click through and look at the pictures. So that way you guys have that, okay? But that means that every procedure, that every surgery, and no, she did not have 30 freaking surgeries. She had a lot of dental surgery because she sucked Pediasure from a bottle, and her teeth were rotty because she's from the bayou and they don't have good water down there, and her family doesn't have good teeth either. If you looked at them, they don't have good teeth. I'm sorry. It's part of her condition, though. I mean, Jesus. She had a lot of dental surgeries. She had some eye surgeries. She had ear surgeries. She had a muscle biopsy. They said, oh, hey, it's not muscular dystrophy, but muscular dystrophy is a chromosome disorder. So they were looking for it, and every single time what they were doing was ruling it out. She has a quite substantial, and I've got to look up what the 2.74 means because I can't remember. I have to look at it again.
Okay, so
Hold on.
T's back. Her follow-up question is, even if her story wasn't true, she can't be retried though, so how does this come into play now?
It comes into play one for Nicholas, and 2 because it's public information and the public has a right to know the truth of this story. These are dangerous people. Hang on, I'm looking for specifically. Here we go. Okay, let's
And also, can she be retried? Not for the same charges as state level. The feds can pick it up. That wouldn't be considered double jeopardy if the feds picked up the same murder charges.
Well, that's not what I wanted to do.
But there are lots of other charges that the states and the feds could charge her with.
Anyway, she has a large or a quite substantial deletion. It's called a micro deletion, which is so funny because it's quite substantial, but it's a micro deletion. But they can if they repeat over and over and over again of the chromosome 1q to 1.1. Okay, and it's a micro deletion. It's very important you put in the right numbers and you get the right terminology because each different chromosome does different things. And there was a discussion in Facebook and somebody was like, oh yeah, I know what that is. It's the 22q. And I'm like, no. Very similar, but not the same. And if you go to rarechromo.org, there is an 11-page pamphlet. If you type in microdeletion, of 1Q21.1. It doesn't have a fancy name. She has been labeled with microcephaly. That is one of the symptoms. She has teeth problems. That's a symptom. Ear, eye problems, muscle tone.
Well,
Those
and
are symptoms.
I did read some of her medical files, and it showed that she was only in for her height and weight, she was only in the fourth percentile, and head measurement was only in the second percentile.
Yeah. I don't know what that means. You'd have to talk to Colleen.
Okay,
I know
what
the
I can
words.
tell you what that means. I can tell you what that means.
I
Okay,
don't. I don't remember the percentiles. I never
okay,
remember
I
that.
can tell you what that means.
Okay.
It's when a child is measured for when you're taking them in to see their pediatrician, right? A
Yeah.
child's height and
Hmm.
weight is
Yeah.
calculated as
Hmm.
along with the measurement of their head size, and
Right.
then they put that into like a chart,
Right.
and you have like 0 all the way up to 100 on the percentile. So she was at very low
Very low.
4%
Yeah. But
percentile
her
and
ancestors
2%.
are like that too. Her ancestors are like that though. They're not big. Her on her dad's side. On her dad's
Well,
side, of all
uh,
places.
the medical files
Heck,
were.
no, no, no. Let me answer. I want to answer that one, please. Let me answer it because I have a specific way I want to answer it.
Oh, I was
The
just going to
medical.
announce the question.
No, I know, but I've been looking at it for a minute. I have a very specific way I want us to address this. So, the medical files that you need to understand the chromosome disorder are on all of our social medias for you guys to see. So, if you go to Facebook, here, Instagram, YouTube, everywhere, it's a 3-page document. We did attach the rare chromosome or the rarechromo.org pamphlet to it, so you could do all of that together. And Colleen and I did a podcast about it on YouTube. It's on our YouTube channel. You can go and see it there. So you guys can go look for those there. There are some floating around out on Reddit that another content creator put out a long time ago. So you're welcome to go look at those. They do not have what we have. They don't have this, nor do they have the Louisiana medical records, but they have just random records. Um, and then they are also available along with all of our research that we're working on for the documentary in our Patreon. But you do not have to pay to see the medical records to understand this. We wanted to make sure that the public was serviced by understanding this specific disorder and how it played into what we saw happen in this case, and how now this disorder is, being used to basically claim medical child abuse when it never was. And they're turning Dee Dee into some monster that she is not. A con artist is a con artist. Fine. You want to say she abused her daughter because she took her out and she whatever. That's totally different, because I'm going to sit here and say, we talked about this earlier, and it's no different. She was playing a role. She was nothing more than a child actress. In public, she sat in a wheelchair and she pretended to hold a doll and not move her legs. And for doing so, she was paid well. She got to go anywhere she wanted. She got anything she wanted, any toy, any trip, any celebrity, any concert, any money, a house, a car. I mean, what do you think she got? It was incentivized. Yes. Is it grooming? Sure, but no more than it is grooming if you are a child star or you put your kid in pageants or they play piano. You no. It's a role she played and she likes playing roles to this day. Come on.
Well, okay, I've got two things I need to say.
Yeah.
One, I saw Courtney came into the live earlier and she's streaming it. Two,
Go ahead.
one thing that
Thanks for
I
the publicity,
always,
Courtney. You behave properly and you're welcome to stay. You behave disrespectfully and the mods will show you the door. Thank you very much for the time for the free publicity. Hi everybody on Courtney's channel that's watching me speak about the chromosome disorder. Please keep tuning in because this is very, very important. It is a real disorder. It was proven in 2011 and you guys need to know because it changes the name of the game. Okay, number 2, Sarah, what's the second thing we need to address?
the second thing is,
That's okay.
is that, I believe we're having this discussion about Dee Dee and people going back and forth and calling her a narcissist and all this stuff. God,
Right.
can we please, for once in this last 10 years, acknowledge that Dee Dee was the victim here?
Dee Dee is
She's
dead.
she's never been portrayed as the victim. She was brutally unalived. She
Right.
is the victim in all of this.
Yes. And Gypsy, I'm sorry. She was a woman and she knew exactly what she did. And she knew exactly what she was doing, and the name of the game was changing, and she was the one changing it. And she said it in her own words. What if Mama had lived to be 70? I didn't want to take care of her that damn long.
Right. She said,
That's it.
like, I would have been stuck with her for
Yeah.
another 20 years.
Right. This is not a case of abuse. That's what this chromosome disorder proves, okay? It's extremely important. So let's get the name and number with it. Let's get the name of it right. It is a microdeletion of chromosome 1q21.1. I'm sorry. Let me say it again for you guys. Microdeletion of 1q21.1. Thank you. And then, okay, so that explains that every procedure she ever had, every procedure she ever, all of them were tied to a chromosome disorder that the doctors were always looking for, because that was one of the hardest parts for this, okay? Because I kept saying this doesn't seem like not medical child abuse. It just, I don't know why. I couldn't put my finger on it. No matter how many times we looked at the medical records, we just could not call it medical child abuse, because I'd read them and I'm like, but that says this and that makes sense. Like, okay, so the atrophy is there. That makes sense. Okay. And then I'm like, but that says no. And so then they do the next thing. But to us, we didn't, without knowing that the doctors, we're looking at this for many years as, what the hell is wrong with the doctors? What were they thinking? What were they doing? Why were they doing? But when you know about this, you understand what they were doing. They were looking for something that technology couldn't find yet. So here's the thing I was telling my husband about. I was breaking this down yesterday. So in 2000, we get a muscle biopsy and a nerve conduction study that says she does not have muscular dystrophy, but they absolutely, in that file, they chart it as an unknown chromosome disorder of unknown etiology at that time. That's in 2000. Okay. She stopped seeing that doctor. That's Dr. Garcia. So then in 2005, she's mostly seeing Dr. Beckerman, and Dr. Beckerman went on a leave of absence. And when he went on a leave of absence, she sees one of the other doctors in the sleep clinic, and they called her bullshit. They're like, this doesn't make any sense. We don't understand. They don't think that they need to do the things that Dr. Beckerman is recommending to go see other doctors. They don't think it's going to help. And I don't remember exactly what it was. Okay. Just whatever it was one of the things that she was being referred to. And this doctor said, well, I don't think it's going to help, but we'll go ahead and see what they say. We'll make the referral, but we'll see what they say.
And I noticed that it was really interesting on the sleep study
Yeah.
that they made an acknowledged and made an observation of the fact that she was able to move her legs all
Yes.
around during her sleep.
Okay. So, and beyond, yeah, and beyond that, though, they do notate in the actual sleep studies when they have her in the office that she does have problems breathing. She has asthma. She does have problems. This is the thing. The thing is everything she had was real, guys, except for two things. She did not have muscular dystrophy. It was ruled out in 2000. And every doctor after that that continued to chart it committed medical fraud. Whether they knew that they were doing or not, they did. And that was for financial gain on Dee Dee's part for sure. Definitely on some of the doctors. I can't say specifically, but I have my suspicions. My opinion, allegedly for entertainment and educational purposes only. I have my suspicions. I've said them before, but I can't prove that just yet. I have a doctor looking at this. Colleen's going to look at this again. We are, investigating this now, based on this new evidence. But in 2000, they knew it was not muscular dystrophy. It got continued to be charted all the way up until the end. But there was questions being raised in 2005 when she went from Louisiana to Missouri on the Angel flight. That is the first time that Dee Dee shaved her head. Before that, she had short hair often, normal short little girl hair. And sometimes it was longer than that, but generally it was just short, and they probably did that because she was sick, so they didn't have to take care of it all the time. Because sometimes when you're sick, you don't want to take a freaking bath or a shower. You're sick. So keeping her
Right.
hair short was easy. You know what I'm saying? But they shave her head in 2005, and Gypsy is the one who approaches the Missouri doctor and tells her that I have cancer and I need to be taken out of here so that I can get treatments. She goes to Kansas City in 2005. She stays at the Ronald McDonald House and in the hospital going to different doctors. This is where she meets the cancer dentist that writes that she's there because of cancer. But that's the only time it's charted there. He's just talking about her teeth are crumbling, right? And he's like, oh, I'll help her with her teeth because that's what she told them. And then, so she's getting them to fix her teeth for free, fraudulently, right? So, then cancer does not appear in her medical records until 2007 in a medical history of the family as a blood disorder. And then after that, it becomes leukemia at the age of 5. And that's when she keeps shaving her head. But I believe that the shaving of the head at that point, Gypsy's 15 years old. I'm thinking that's because she was wearing all the wigs and doing all the vision con, and it keeps, it's easier to wear a freaking wig cap if you have those wigs, if you have your head shaved. Common sense.
Well, and another thing with the medical fraud is, okay, we've said that the things that were done to her that happened that were medically necessary. So that would mean they
I'll be
were
right back. I'm gonna go check on Little Man.
medically necessary, which means that the cost and the billing for them would be um, that would not be a fraud. However, the fact that so many other tests and surgeries and procedures were all run, but they never happened to her. They never actually occurred. So that is where we're really hitting on, the medical fraud. Not only did the doctors know that she did not have cancer, so that's medical fraud, huge medical fraud right there. But then they went ahead and billed her insurance, which would have been Medicaid, SSI, whatever. They went ahead and billed them, and those procedures that they billed them for never occurred. So you kind of have it both ways. We have, that what was done was medically necessary. Okay, so the billing and payment for those procedures would not be fraud. However, the billing for procedures that never took place
But that
is
didn't
medical
that
fraud.
didn't happen, Sarah. I don't think it happened. We thought that was the Botox until we found out why that was happening. Now I understand the Botox as well.
No, I'm talking about the procedures that the doctors ordered and claimed that she had done that she did not have done, and the
What?
insurance was charged for
I
it.
understand, but I don't know what you're talking about. What are you specifically meaning?
Oh,
Because
she had 30 different procedures
no,
and
no, no,
all
no,
of this
no,
stuff.
no, no. Okay, Okay, so you're misinformed there. Okay, hold on a second. No, there are not 30 different procedures that are unnecessary procedures. There's also no unnecessary procedures, first of all. So, and most of her procedures are her eyes and her ears and her mouth. Okay, she had one muscle biopsy and that's it. She did not even have 30 procedures over her entire lifetime, unless you want to count every single little tooth, and that's not how it works because they were taken out at one time. Okay. So no, there were not procedures. There, the only thing we questioned at once we figured out that, we thought that this was there was something that causing this, and we found the chromosome disorder. The only other thing that I had thought about before that were the salivary glands, and I didn't know whether they were reduced, taken out, or if any of the Botox itself was actually given to her. Now I believe that it was. So what I am saying now is there were not extra procedures there that they billed for. What happened is this. Two times they have used two different times, two different things for different stuff for her outside of all of this. They're not billing for going to an oncologist. There was never an oncologist. So that didn't happen. Okay, so there's no chemo, there's no oncologist, nothing. So that the only thing is it's listed in her chart, and what they do.
Fancy, they understand what I was saying.
Well, because it's not. I don't, because it's not right. That's not what you were. No, there are not extra procedures, Sarah. There weren't billing for extra procedures. They didn't. That's what I'm telling you. There weren't extra procedures like that they were billing for.
I'm talking about they were billing for things and ordering things that were unnecessary.
They weren't. I'm telling you, they're not. There was not an oncologist, so there was no one being billed for anything to do with her cancer. And there was no muscular dystrophy, so there was no one being billed for something related to muscular dystrophy. They only used that as financial gain with charities and all that stuff. You're not understanding. Or am I not understanding, maybe?
I don't think you're understanding what I was saying, and we can just move on because I know you're frustrated. So
Excuse you, Sequin. Don't speak to me that way. Wow. Maybe I misunderstood you. I'm trying to understand. Because I might not have heard what you said. So I'm trying to understand.
it's okay. We can just move on to something else if you want. I mean, let's go back to
I
the
want to know
okay.
what you're saying about the extra procedures, because what I'm telling you is that I don't believe that there were extra procedures, but I didn't hear exactly what you said because I checked on my little man. So will
I
you
gotcha.
please repeat what you were saying, and then I'll let you know if that's what I meant with what I was saying.
We're
Please?
talking about
Thank you. Bill.
we're talking about medical fraud versus medical
Yes.
abuse.
Okay. Yes. Medical fraud
Okay.
versus medical abuse.
Go ahead.
Is that what you want me to say?
Go ahead. That's what you were talking about when you had to leave the room.
Okay. The reason that it is medical fraud is because they listed two different diagnoses that did not exist. Before 2000,
they were looking to find out if muscular dystrophy was a cause of her legitimate weakness in her legs and some of the other things. They did a nerve conduction study, and they did a muscle biopsy, and they ruled out muscular dystrophy. Okay. So then in 2000, that was ruled out. Muscular dystrophy was ruled out. Now, everybody who continued to chart that committed medical fraud, not because they were billing for it, but just because it was in her file and it's inaccurate based on the actual tests. Okay, so that's why it's medical fraud. But the doctors could have knowingly or unknowingly committed the medical fraud, but there were no treatments done for muscular dystrophy, and there were no treatments done for cancer. So that's why I'm saying that there weren't things added extra for her that they billed for, because they did not. They were looking for this, and everything that they did was necessary. They didn't bill more. She used it. Dee Dee used it. And I believe that Dr. B used it for kickbacks for certain things that he prescribed and other ways that you can commit medical fraud.
Well,
But
see, kind of what I was, maybe we just were not clicking
right,
on what I was trying to say, was that, every time you have a medical procedure done, every time you have the muscular dystrophy test done, that goes through a tremendous amount of billings.
right, but that was
It,
needed. The test that she had, they had to rule out muscular dystrophy. They didn't know what this chromosome disorder was, babe. They knew she had a chromosome disorder. They were looking for it. And until they got to 2011, where they finally had enough technological advancements to do the genetic testing, that's when they finally identified it. Because, like I said, it doesn't even have a name. It's just, oh, hey, she has a deletion of this, So muscular dystrophy, like Colleen explained, is an actual chromosome disorder. However, it didn't happen to be the one she had. So it was a
okay, but
rule
I
out
mean,
diagnosis. There you go.
but we know how the
But only one time was that done.
insurance and the Medicaid and okay, for example, I
I guess
broke
you could say like
my
the wheelchair.
what?
I mean, the wheelchair would count, I guess. What you're saying for for medical billing purposes, sure. I guess the wheelchair would count. Sure.
I mean, we've for a lot. I mean, for a huge amount of years. I mean, listen, Fancy, even the medications that
Sure.
she was prescribed, that the insurance covered and paid for,
Right.
that's fraud. That's fraud.
It is. That's what I'm saying. Yes, but what I'm trying to distinguish here between what you're saying and what I'm saying, because this is where what their nitpickers will get all caught up in, is this. Okay, whether she was getting prescriptions, okay, those are prescriptions. She didn't have to take them. We all know that she could or she could have not had to take them. And some of them, even Kepra at this point, knowing what we know, may actually have been necessary, because at this point we have to go back to square one and look at her medical records and go, well, wait a minute, what was really going on? And she's a liar, so we can't trust anything she says, Christy says, Rod says, the family says, the Petries say. So the doctors say at this point, we can only look at it and go, is this or is this not this, And it's hard because, oh, it's so hard. It drives me crazy. I got lost for a second. I'm
Well,
sorry.
I'm going to tell you what. Like, I have experience,
I know.
with being the administrative assistant executive director for a large medical group, and because another comment was made about there's so much fraudulent activity in coding and billings. Yes, there is. Yes. I've seen it go both ways. I've seen where someone's insurance wasn't charged for a procedure, and I've seen where someone's insurance was charged, for a double, got charged
Marie,
doubly for a procedure.
Marie, I think that there are two suspicious doctors, and I think the rest of them were trying to do their job. And if you want to talk about, Dr. Steele, we can talk about that because he's very suspicious in how he reported this, what he knew, when he knew it, and that was what I was talking about earlier. But I'm going to let Sarah finish what she was saying real quick but I do want to come back to that in just a second.
So what I was saying was that it appears that over the course of, her life,
Yeah.
that the doctors prescribed medications for her and they ordered procedures for her to be done, some of which may or may
No,
not have been done.
no, that is where you're wrong, and that
Okay,
is exactly what
so
I was
you
saying
so
earlier.
you
No.
believe that every single procedure that was ordered was done.
At this point, I can't say either way, Sarah, because we have to investigate it again. But by what Colleen has looked at, she does believe, yes. Does she believe that she took the medication the entire time? No. She believes that these are things that were able to self-correct, or through the procedures that they did, that these things were improved based on this actual chromosome disorder. No. Now, medicines ordered that maybe she didn't need anymore and she just didn't take. Sure. A
Okay,
CPAP she didn't use.
can I
Yes,
point out
but procedures, no.
okay, can I point out just one
Yes.
thing that
Yes.
goes
No, the
completely
muscle
against that?
biopsy was needed too. Hold on. No, the muscle biopsy was needed too to rule out muscular dystrophy, and that's what they did. Okay, keep going,
Okay,
Sarah.
one thing I can
Yeah.
point out that I believe was medical fraud was the feeding tube.
No,
No,
Colleen
wait
does
a
not
minute,
think
wait, no,
so.
wait. When it was first put in, it was medically necessary.
Yes, yes,
But
yes.
by age 24, it wasn't. And it was being, treated every few months for infection because they weren't using it. Therefore, they weren't flushing it. And therefore, bacteria was forming in it. And, right
No,
before
okay,
Dee Dee is unalived, they go
right,
in and get it changed. So
right,
at some point in time,
sure.
during her teen years, at
Yes.
least, they should have said, okay, she no longer needs this.
Well, there are several reasons why that could not have that could have or could have not happened. One of those being that doctors often refuse, and Colleen and I have talked about this. Um, Doctors often refuse to take it out if they didn't put it in. There are times, there is somebody that said yes, that they did try. They did try to talk about taking it out at one point in time, but throughout her entire life, she has continuously had problems with her teeth that were made it hard for her to eat. She has struggled with her weight as well. Even when she eats normal, she struggled back then because she really had a hard time with her extra salivary gland, with her extra saliva, her hypersalivation, the palate being lifted. She had actual real problems. And so they could have let them in for that reason, as well. We wouldn't want to take it out when we know she's having another surgery that she needs coming up, and she might have trouble eating again. She did have problems with her reflux. She had acid reflux. There is a wealth of reasons why, based on what she really does have wrong with her, that feeding tube could have been left in there and been needed. And Colleen and I even talked about that.
Yeah,
So
it's so
it
hard for
could
me to
be,
believe
it
that up
could
to
be,
the
it could
age of
not.
24, they felt that way.
Well, I mean, she was still having surgeries on her teeth all the way up until then, Sarah. She had surgeries on her teeth all her life. I mean, her whole life, because her teeth were really bad. And that's from this disorder. So, I mean, yeah, I can say, well, you might, okay, maybe they could have taken it out, but maybe, I mean, Sarah, really, we cannot assume that it wasn't necessary. And I'm not assuming it was. I'm just saying the possibility of it being necessary and why here's a reason why, you know?
Originally, when it was first put in, I mean, I looked at the medical
Definitely.
records and I agree. It
Yes,
was
definitely.
when okay, I'm going to tell you right now, dealing with a child that had failure to thrive. When Gypsy was a year old and she was sitting in that little bitty tiny laundry
I
basket,
found that today, or
pointing to
yesterday.
her cranium and playing with her, pointing out her phalanges. Okay, let me tell you something. I saw her and I said, "Oh, that baby is way too tiny. She has failure to thrive." And I'd never even heard that brought up
Well, you
before,
could
but
look
I
at,
saw
she also
it.
was, you know what else in that? She was also very pale. She also had the cross eyes already. Her eyes were crossing. You can
Yes.
see that her proportions were off. They're not just, she's not just small. Her proportions were unevenly placed. She did not have the right body proportions.
Yes, I definitely knew something was off.
She
And this
did
was
have failure
before.
to thrive, Misty, very badly, and I can believe it for truth and
And
honesty.
Dee Dee said she had failure to thrive from the minute that she got home from
Yeah.
from the hospital, and they thought that it was because she was a preemie.
Mhm.
And that is that and my baby that I adopted was also a preemie, and failure to thrive was a big deal because he was unable to nurse. He was unable to suck a bottle.
Rod was a drug user at the time. I mean, I know it's not like she was using necessarily, but it still affects his swimmer, you
Well,
know.
my poor little guy was full blown NAS because of
Right,
his
but
mother.
Dee Dee, but this is something that runs in their family too, and that is something that falls underneath this chromosome disorder. I swear to you guys, hey, there's somebody. If somebody wants to come up in the box, you're more than welcome to. Haley, you're welcome to come up. I'm just explaining. So if you go to rarechromo.org, or if you look at the different ones that we've posted them here and on all of our socials, you can see all the different symptoms of this deletion, and it's every single thing. In fact, the failure to thrive, Colleen was circling her whole record where she's like, failure to thrive is a symptom. Hey Haley, thanks for joining us. Did you have a question?
Oh, hey, sorry. Just now seeing that it finally connected.
Hi.
Um, I had left a comment. I was trying to tell you, Fancy, that um yesterday I had went into a cardiac arrest and I was unresponsive for 48 minutes, and my comment had said that, and I was saying like, "Oh, I'm so glad I'm here today to be able to watch you." Like I
Yeah.
was just trying to let you know what was going on, but I
Poor
got
thing,
muted
God bless
and I
you.
didn't really understand why.
It could have been that one of the words that you said could be on our block list by accident. So, um, can you make sure that you make sure that she's okay, and we
You know
make sure
what?
she's gonna be okay.
There's, hey, Haley, they put a
Yeah.
bunch of block words up. So if any of the words come up that's on the block list in your
Maybe that's a
post, it
misunderstanding.
will be like
There we go.
kind of like unseen or whatever. And I've been going in, and if there's nothing wrong with the question or the comment, I've been going ahead and unblocking it. But I did see yours, and God bless you. I have actually died twice and been resuscitated. And I can tell you from experience that when you come back, you never come back quite the same.
Right.
Your body is put through a tremendous amount of stress. And
Oh
I
yeah, it's
really,
definitely
really hope
been
and pray you're
really
okay.
hard.
Yes. Do you
I'm
want to
so
tell us
sorry to
about
hear.
it or do you not?
No, not really. I just wanted to make sure I hadn't offended Fancy or something like that,
No,
because I've been
sweetheart. No.
watching her and we've had words back and forth a few times, like on good terms, and I was just trying to
Oh
make
no.
sure I didn't say anything wrong.
No, no, you're good, babe. So it was a misunderstanding. The mods even said it was a misunderstanding, and thank you for even telling us about your story. I'm so sorry that happened to you. So you keep coming back, and I hope to get to hear more from you. Okay, sweetheart.
Thank you.
No problem, sweetie. Bye. Alrighty.
Oh, what a sweetheart. She's
Yeah,
like,
I know.
oh, I died yesterday, but I'm glad they were able to bring me back so I could see your show today. How incredible is that? Does that just not bring tears to your eyes?
Yeah, I
It
know,
it
right?
kind of chokes me up.
It does. That's just sweet. Like, I mean, that is adorable. Just
You couldn't have
darling.
could you get a greater compliment?
No. I mean, no. And that's, I hope that that's what we do here. I want to talk about this because it's important, not because we just want to be bitchy or I want you to hate Gypsy Rose. That is not my goal in life.
It chokes me up and it humbles. It's very
Uh,
humbling.
yeah, that was so
Yes,
sweet.
brought to tears when yes, I was too. I had seen her comment and
I didn't see your
earlier,
comment.
and I'm just because there's so many block words up. You guys have got so many block words up right now on the restrictions.
And,
Um,
I, and let me talk about those for a second. I want you guys to understand why there's the block words, okay?
yeah,
So,
God bless her, that sweet girl.
absolutely, absolutely. You know, um,
How
uh,
hard is it to sue a nonprofit? Sue?
who's suing a nonprofit? Anyway, um, I want you guys to understand the block words are there because, um, you know, I get a lot, Sarah gets a lot, Colleen gets a lot of harassment and stalking and bullying. And they like to come in here and sometimes they'll ask just the most obscure question that you guys would think, if you're asking it's because you're really truly concerned, one of those being, is she okay? And they like to do that because they trigger me or used to. We're not doing that anymore. So it's they do this to harass us and to try to throw me and Sarah off our game, to upset the chat, to rattle the conversation and destroy what we're doing here. So if it happens that your comment doesn't come through, just let a moderator know and we'll take care of it, okay? Thank you guys. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
We try real
crazy.
hard to stay away from all of that, but it's just the way it happens. But I'm so glad she shared her story. That was so sweet.
Oh, I know. Who says that? I'm
Yeah.
glad I lived. I'm glad that they
So,
resuscitated me so I could see you today. I mean, that's that I'm speechless. I'll say that. I don't even know. Like that person right there. I mean,
I'm like embarrassed.
focusing we should be focusing on people like her,
Yeah.
sharing her stories,
Yeah.
sharing stories about, these survivors, sharing stories about people that are trying to spread love and hope and goodness in this world. And
Right.
we're so bogged down with this case and with all of the terrible things that have been going on and all of
Yeah.
the injustice. I think the injustice of the whole situation has really, really taken a huge toll on us. And we get so upset when we see this injustice. But maybe it's time to just look away and look for something like this, something that's good and pure, you know.
Yeah. Well, that's why I said I want to limit this to one day a week now. I don't want to continue talking about her story every freaking day. I don't care how many times she goes to Dollar General, and I don't give a flying fadoodle what she and her family have to say about anything because they're lying about everything. And I'm so tired of it. And yes, many prayers to you, Haley. I did not actually see the comment, nor did I hear exactly what you said at first because I was having some reverb. So I am honored for what I'm now hearing that you said. Thank you so very much. I heard little bits of it, like it was just not coming through. So sorry. I felt like I did not appropriately have a reaction to that because I just didn't understand what you had said. So thank you so very much. You know,
Yeah,
um,
that
that's just
definitely
what it
puts
was.
things in. Doesn't that really puts things into perspective, you know?
It does. It does.
Someone that was gone for,
Right.
48 minutes comes back, and not only is that incredible, but then they're like, so glad I'm alive
Yeah.
today to see that. Really? Like,
Yeah.
God bless you.
See, when
Like,
I
you
caught it, I
precious
caught it at the
person.
48. I caught it at the 48 minutes, and so I was like, she wasn't alive for 48 minutes, but I didn't realize that it was her. I thought she was telling me about a friend of hers. Like, so I was so confused, but oh my God. I mean, she's gone for 48 minutes and then that's what she has to say today. Thank you. Just thank you. Wow.
Yeah. That I don't even know. Like I said, I don't even want to taint her story talking about Gypsy anymore.
Well, we have two people. We have two people in the box, so let's see what they have to say, and then if we come back to it, we come back to it. But I am honored. Thank you very much, Haley, and keep coming back.
Oh, hey, it's Haley's
Okay.
here in the
Oh,
box.
she is. Thank you, sweetie. And then Elderberry will bring you up right after. Okay. Thank you,
Haley, you're there you go.
darling.
Hey,
My
sorry to be
goodness.
me again. I was
No, my
I was
gosh.
trying to comment back to everybody and say thank you, but even when I just click my comment thing at all, it says that I've been muted permanently.
Okay, can someone take care of this for me, guys?
Let me see what I can do. Um, since I'm in the box, I can't do anything. So one of the mods will have to do it. Amy is in here modding. I don't know.
Let me
Hopefully
see
she
if
can
I
do it.
can do it. I don't think I can do it either because I'm in the box. Yeah, I can't. Um,
Well, overall, just a little bit of
you.
my story had been I've had like lots of health problems all over my life. And that's
Oh,
kind of like why I pay so much attention to Gypsy's story, because some of the
sure.
things that she has said she's had done or needed done or things like that. Obviously, I'm not a doctor, but I do know a lot medically from what I've had to learn about myself. That's why I pay so much attention to her story. But I have a liver disease that I've had since I was born. I was actually born with it because my birth mother used substances while she was pregnant,
Sorry.
and that was what gave me that liver disease. And over time I've done lots of things to try and treat it, and like basically I have non-alcoholic cirrhosis, but in my
Oh,
case I am at like stage 4. So here
oh,
soon I'll be going to the transplant list.
oh my
But
goodness.
what had happened is I've had it happen once before where I have gotten a spell of, am I able to say puking?
I think so.
Yeah.
I'll just say
Um,
I'll say getting
getting
sick.
sick. That's fine. We got you.
I've gotten spells of getting sick before, and
Right.
when it happens it gets like really really bad and I can't stop it, and it's like where I'm losing my breath and stuff like that. And that's what had happened yesterday morning. Was It was like 5 a.m. and I just like got that feeling of, oh gosh, I'm gonna get sick, and I just started, having one of those spells of it going on and on and on and on. And the last thing I remember is being, in the bathroom getting sick. And then the next thing I remember is waking up in the hospital. And when I was waking up in the hospital, I had been intubated. So when I woke up, I'm terrified, but I'm not able to say anything like, where am I? What happened? Anything like that. And I'm squeezing this nurse that's next to me. So finally she like, goes ahead and tells the doctor, she said, I think you can go ahead and take the breathing tube out, and we'll see if she's able to like stabilize herself. And finally they do that. So I start saying, like, what happened, what's going on, I don't remember anything. And they told me that my sister had found me on the bathroom floor, unresponsive, barely breathing. I was gargling, which now to come to find out was because I was aspirating. Luckily, when I I had passed out from getting sick for so long, but when I passed out, I had hit my head on the wall. So
Right.
I had gave myself a concussion, and then but luckily where I fell on my side and not on my back, because if I had fell on my back, probably wouldn't be here at all. So
Right.
thankfully I fell on my side, and that was why I was, gargling and stuff like that. But my sister doesn't really know anything about that or what that means. But they were explaining that to me at the hospital. And the really sucky part about the hospital was my mom was at the same hospital, but she was up on the 5th floor because she had just had foot surgery. So, my family members that I would usually want with me weren't able to be. And then, more talking to the nurse, they
Sorry.
had, when they first like got here and stuff, were treating it as an OD, if that's okay to say.
I don't know, but we know what you mean now. So it's just,
Yeah, so I won't say it again. So they
yeah.
were treating it as that, and they had given me that, I won't say the name, but that medication that they administer for that situation.
Right.
They
Mm-hmm.
had administered that twice, and it wasn't doing anything. And, the paramedics had come to agreement that obviously that's not what's going on here. So that all the way to the hospital, they continued to work on me, trying to get me like breathing and my blood pressure and all that stuff back. When I got to the hospital, I don't know a lot about like heart numbers because usually my heart's okay. But I know
Yeah.
when I got there at some point, one of the numbers was 220/40. So I don't know how bad that is or
I don't
whatever.
either. I'm not the nurse, so I
But
don't know.
That's
they were
blood
like
pressure is bad.
really worried about that.
Oh
So
my
they went
goodness.
from treating me as, what they first thought it was, to more so worrying about my heart. But finally, when we like figured out it was a rare reaction that people can have, that there's a nerve that can fire when you're puking, and that cuts off your oxygen.
Yeah.
And they had come to the conclusion that that's what it was.
Oh my
And then
goodness.
I had just, made it worse on myself by falling and hitting the
Yeah.
wall and all of that.
Right.
It
Right.
sounds to me
But
like
by the
you might have had a
time,
pancreatitis attack too, so, because that's what I've been dealing with since 2010.
yeah, I do deal with gall attacks. Like I have a lot
Oh,
of GI problems. I just never really had any other like, heart problems or passing out problems or anything.
Oh, I'm
But
so
finally, by the end of it, when they were, ready to say I could go home, the
yeah.
nurse that came in to take out they had put an IV in my neck in the ambulance.
Yeah.
But when I got there, I was complaining about how bad it was hurting. So they had moved it to my arm. And
Right.
finally, the nurse had come in to take my IV out for me to leave. And I guess she was the nurse that had first seen me when I got brought in. And she had already made her mind up that it was what the paramedics had thought at first, even though they had already administered that medicine.
Yeah.
She had already made her mind up and had her own personal opinion
Yeah.
and treated me like garbage.
Yeah.
When she came in to take my IV out, she quite literally ripped it out. She ripped the tape off. I mean, anyone who's had an IV knows that tape coming off hurts a little bit because it gets stuck to your hair. But I
Right.
mean, she ripped it off. She ripped my IV out. She was being very rough. And today I have a total of like 5 bruises and a couple of sores just from how hard she had pulled it out instead of, doing it normally and being a nice person.
Yeah.
And then
Sorry.
Miss
when I went
Haley?
to leave, yeah,
Miss Haley? Hi, I'm so sorry. Can I ask a couple questions?
sure.
Okay. I did see you in the chat in the beginning, and
Hmm.
I looked at it and I thought, "Oh my God, I thought something else." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like self unaliving. And
right.
I thought, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute. And then all the comments just kept, and I'm blabbing my mouth in the comments.
And then I think somebody picked up on what you were trying to say. And now I'm so intrigued. It's like, wait. So you have a history of like a cirrhosis condition.
Right.
And Elderberry, can you please let everyone know you said you were a retired nurse?
I'm a retired LPN who worked for a gastroenterologist, and I also was his nurse. That I was his LPN when he went to do procedures, endoscopies, colonoscopies, retrieval of polyps, whatever. So I know a little bit about the liver and hep C and cirrhosis. So I have some questions.
Okay, that's fine.
No, yeah. So my first question is, when you have cirrhosis or a condition, if your liver is that deteriorated, then you would be a sick person, right?
Yes, I do deal with there's lots of days I cannot do anything.
I totally believe that. Yeah.
Yeah.
And, I noticed that you have, it's not your picture, and if I were to see you, I would assume you're very gray. You've got an enlarged tummy.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you just tell me some other things you might have?
Okay, so yeah, the right side of my, well, I mean, to add to the story, it does
The
matter a
right
little bit.
side, what?
Is very, very enlarged.
Okay. Which side is your liver on?
The right.
Okay.
So up, not the bottom of my right side, but the upper side of my right side is very, very enlarged. I would say like 3 times bigger than the other side. The other side's flat and it sticks out completely. Sometimes I make jokes with my mom like, oh, I feel like I've got a whole like baby bump up here and I'm carrying a baby up here but nowhere else.
Oh, Haley,
It
I
can
just
be
have to
very
interrupt.
heavy.
You seem so young to me. How old can I ask? I mean, you
20.
don't have to tell me exactly. Are you in your 20s, your 30s, your 40s? I can't tell.
Yeah, I just turned 20.
That's so young. Oh my God. I was in Washington State when I was with this doctor, and the youngest person I ever saw for a liver transplant was 50.
Right.
Wow. I'm okay. I'm so old and behind the times. So that's why when you pop up and it's like, wait a minute, why isn't she out
Hang
of
on just
breath?
1 second. Fancy, if I've gotten you like off topic and you need to get back to what you were talking about, I'm sorry. Like I don't want you to be mad.
Oh, I'm not mad at all. I just needed to go grab something to eat. And at first, I didn't know what we were talking about. Then it got interesting. So now I wanted to I was like, okay, I'm going to grab a snack and listen to what's going on. But I mean, if you don't want to share anymore, we don't have
No,
to.
it's okay. I just didn't want to interrupt
No.
you.
Okay, can I just be honest now?
Yeah.
When we hear stories, when I hear stories, especially on this app, I am so skeptical and hesitant. And, I try to keep an open mind as I'm doing this, but I'm trying to be careful in who I believe and who I don't believe.
Yeah.
I've been watching you, Miss Fancy, since last year. And I see Sarah's, you two
Mm-hmm.
are right at the top for me.
Oh, thank you
Okay.
so much.
Thank you.
I'm a rational person, but I'm mostly an emotion mind,
Mm-hmm.
and Fancy, you are a raging emotion mind
I
with
am. I'm a
brilliance.
firecracker.
Wait,
Hello.
with rational
Right.
sprinkled in. And Sarah is a perfect foil for
Well,
you. Somebody
I
else,
try very
wait a minute.
hard.
What?
Haley, I'm gonna
I
let you
was
sit
going to
down,
say,
okay, baby?
I
Okay.
try very hard. Sometimes you'll notice in our lives that I might speak slowly and calmly, and I've heard
Mhm.
people say, "Oh, well, she's long-winded." No, actually, I'm not. And that's how I've never spoken
I
that
am.
way on television or radio before, but I know I can pick up on Fancy's vibe. Like, I'm a huge empath, and I can tell that she is a person that's very easy to get like ramped up. And
Okay,
so
can I
what
just
I try to
I'm
do
so
is
sorry.
I
Sorry.
try to bring her down to center her.
Okay, and that shows. Okay, because this stuff on TikTok, I'm ready to just exit out
I
because,
know.
go to another forum, please. Go back on
What
YouTube.
happened?
Okay,
Did
and
we
We
lose
are.
Haley? Did
I
we
know
lose
you are. I
Haley?
watched you
I
when you
dropped
were
her
doing
down.
TikTok and when you were doing the YouTube. And you know what? I don't do that. I'm
Yeah.
not that person who sits around watching frickin' TikTok people for hours and
Well,
hours and hours.
we've come back.
Okay? But
Hold on.
you two together are
Mm-hmm.
so, I mean, you get the message
Right.
across.
Right.
Yeah, and you do. I see the bickering,
Right. And
but
no, it was that was what
I
I was
see you
gonna say. It
resolve
was the
it.
bickering earlier,
No,
you
no, no,
know.
no, no. Let
Well,
me
no,
go
wait,
on.
wait. I wanted
Okay.
to say earlier before you started, I was saying I thought a prime example of how well Sarah and I are working through all of this and doing it is the earlier we had a misunderstanding, but we were able to work through it, and we also were able to still at the end, even if we don't, much like me and Colleen, much like me and Christina, if we still don't agree, we still walk away. We're still friends at the end of the day. We can disagree without having to be rude and hateful to each other, and just have a discussion. That's what we're here for, is discussion, you know.
And
Right.
you
And
know
I
what? And
also,
here's what happens. Okay, this is what I see in your lives. So what happens is I hop in, I say, "Hello, I'm here." Yeah, okay. And I don't comment. I just read comments, I listen to what is being said, and usually I'm out because I can't, it's like not you people. God, that's horrible. The comments say, you know, you guys are fighting,
Well,
you're bickering, fancy, you need to take care of yourself, drink a drug,
I'm
whatever.
fine. No, I
Okay.
know.
And
Yeah.
then we get Sarah, who's very thoughtful and talks slowly. And she is very articulate. I know Sarah.
Yeah.
I used to work with a Sarah. Okay. I know big medical buildings managers. I know them. And if you're not good, you're going to get eaten up and spit out.
Right.
So apparently, Miss Sarah, you were very good.
oh, thank you. I,
I know, I know. I could self analyze everybody and
it,
everything all day long, but I'm not. I just wanted to say hi and I'll see you around.
Well, we are
well,
back on YouTube. We will be back on YouTube on Friday nights, and we have a lot of other cases that we are covering on YouTube now. So
Thank
don't
you.
worry,
and
we'll be there.
I appreciate the compliments because I'm going to tell you what, like,
Not
for me,
compliments. Wait, 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 wait. They're not compliments. They are my observations, and they are. I believe it's the truth. Everything I've said.
but what I'm saying is,
Yeah, I
it
know.
means a lot to me because, I do so much work behind the scenes that nobody knows anything about.
On here.
And
Wait, on here.
yeah, yes, on
Okay.
the network, Good Wives
Okay.
Network.
I believe it.
And, and I do a lot for Fancy and with Fancy that nobody knows anything about.
Uh huh.
And so just to hear somebody say, "Hey, I appreciate what you're doing and you're doing a good job," means the world to me. I mean, it means more than I could even tell you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. And this is not, I've been watching you, Miss Sarah, for a week. I've been on since I think you hopped on as a commenter. Did you comment before?
I've been on for a few months. Yeah, we've been doing this
Okay.
for a few months.
You know what? I recognize the pink hearts. And I
Mhm.
thought, who is this lady? And I was reading comments And then you popped on the scene with Fancy, and I started to really listen. And I thought, well, bravo, the two of you.
Well,
Something happened.
we began we began our friendship and met each other at the beginning of the year. And then there was
Tumultuous time.
very, very much so with all of the Ryan saga that lasted for,
Yeah.
4 weeks. And then after that happened, then I, came back on, fuller in more of a full co-host capacity, as well as doing like PR and stuff like that. And my whole goal was to change the narrative. I was tired of seeing what people were saying about Fancy, because Ryan would get her so worked up and she would get her so unhinged that by the time they went live, Fancy was just losing it. And then Ryan could sit back and play the game of, oh, well, look how crazy she looks and look how sane I look, and she was just playing a game with her, and I could see that.
You know
And,
what?
it,
I could almost tell you. No, I could tell you when it turned for me with the trifecta or the duo. With Fancy and somebody else, there was a turning point for me, and I went, I'm out. I got to be out of this, and I did. I sort of went underground for a while. Now I've got more information. I've watched more material, read some stuff, and you guys are right on. And I'm so sorry that I'm taking up so much of your time because your viewers have left. So many of them.
No. I'm not worried about that. It's just I just don't want to talk about the drama. I
don't either.
Yeah.
So my whole point.
But thank you so much.
I'm listening. I'm watching. Love you too. Bye.
Bye, sweetie.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay. Wendy, did you still want to come up in the box, honey? You're there, so if you want to come up, you can.
Hi, Wendy.
Hold on. What time is it?
It's 5:15 my time.
Hold on. Someone came into my house.
I guess Wendy didn't mean to hit the box. But yeah, what I had told Fancy to do, was after the whole saga with Ryan and everything, I said, okay, just stay silent. Just stay silent. Don't get into the fighting. Don't do the mudslinging. Don't do anything. Just pretend like she doesn't exist, which is impossible to do. But, I just said, let's just stick to the facts of the case. Let's cover other cases. Let's build this network back up to where it needs to be. And, getting involved in these online arguments is not going to help. And so that's exactly what we did, was sit back. And as you can see, as we stayed silent, it ended up these content creators, Ryan and Bree, and all the rest just ended up, Nina, they just ended up tearing each other apart. So I've tried really, really hard. I mean, because there's lots of days that Fancy will be very upset, and she has every right to be upset. But I feel like it's my job. I have to kind of calm her down and make her realize that don't feed into this, because this is what they want. And so that so that is what we've been doing. We want to thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. Thank you for the gift. Thank you for the love. I really appreciate it. And I do try really hard to to be a good friend to Fancy. And also I have this network that I want to build back up. COVID hit the network hard. took them down. I mean, they lost one of the members, Christina, and that's been a
Oh,
devastating loss for them as well.
yeah.
Plus, then the other people in the network, basically stabbing them in the back and
Mhm.
hitting Fancy when she was at her very weakest moments,
You know,
dealing with COVID and Christina and everything else.
well, yeah, when Haley was talking earlier, she's talking about that vomit, the doing that and passing out and everything. That's what happened last year to me 19 freaking times. We couldn't figure out what the heck it was and what was happening to me. And there was a time where I passed out on my bathroom floor, and these paramedics come in and they freaking are screaming at me that they can't bring a walker or a stretcher in there, so I'm gonna have to walk through my entire trailer and down the freaking stairs. And I'm like, are you serious? I literally had to launch myself down the stairs, guys. It was horrible. And so I felt like so
Crazy.
bad with her when I was listening to what she was saying. I was like, oh my God, I went through that and I know how hard that is and I feel for her. So I'm so
Oh,
glad she
yeah.
shared with us. But Sarah, you have been amazing, a wonderful support. And
Thank
I
you.
was, yes, I was down, guys. The whole reason that my former partners were even partners or even remotely associated with me at this time is because Christina passed away and I was sick and Colleen and I were devastated. That's the only reason I let any of these people back in my life. They had not been in the company for years. And then I met the new people and they were just, oh my God. I came so close to the edge. Like I've never been so close. And it's been your friendship, and the changing in my own life. I told you I had my grandson 3 years ago. That changed me. God worked in my heart last year. He closed all the doors. He took all the people out that talked to me back about me behind closed doors. He found me brought me my birth family. It was the worst best year of my life. And so everything happens for a reason and everything happens in the timing that it happens. And I'm thankful that you have come into my life and are here.
Oh, appreciate that.
You know?
I mean, I try so hard, and like I said, nobody knows like the countless hours that I spend,
I don't think that he brought me to Ryan. I think that was a red flag situation that I was looking for something that I didn't need.
right.
So no, and please don't bring that person's name up in here. Thank you. Okay, keep going, Sarah. I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just saying it's been I'm glad to see the changes that have happened, and a lot
Yeah.
of and nobody knows what, goes on behind closed doors.
Hold on one second. What do you need, sweetheart? I said, wow, your clothes on the floor. He said, my silly nanny. I did not throw his clothes on the floor. I did not do that. Yes, he did. I did not throw. Oh, I'm gonna get his little butt. Ooh.
Nap time over.
Yeah, nap time's over, but Mama's here. But apparently, he threw his clothes on the floor and blamed it on me.
Nanny, stop throwing his clothes
Clothes
around.
on the floor. Yeah, it's always Nanny did this. Nanny did it. Nanny did it. It's so funny. Okay, and then we started going back to church in the beginning of this year, and that changed a lot for our family dynamic again. We've been through a lot, in my personal lives, and um, coming to peace has been a rough journey with this 8 years. We're going on 8 years now. I say 7 years, but it was 7 years trials and tribulations. We're having an 8 years, and I'm thinking to myself about the fact that it's like I don't even remember a time in my life that I remember being like truly happy. I've had happy moments, but nothing that was sustaining. And I am now. And it was like the other day, I was so livid. And then you guys saw me livid about the book, the same thing. I'm 49. and my grandson is 3. And so I can be mad and happy at the same time, but it's such a foreign concept for me. Does that make sense? Hey, Emma, can you close the door? Thank you, dear. I'm arguing with the 3-year-old. Yeah, I understand. I've been arguing with him too. But he's got a
Well,
good point today.
I'm telling you what, has such a wide, broad vocabulary that
Oh
it's
my
like
God.
you literally like having arguments with a 3-year-old. I get that. That's how my daughter was. I mean, she
Yeah.
was an adult at like 2, and
Yeah.
I talked to her.
All of my kids were. All of my kids
Right.
were. Yeah.
And you know, my kids as well, and I talked to both of them like they were adults.
Right.
And my daughter, I mean, she would crack me up. It would be like there was, you know, you're going to go into timeout. No, I'm not.
No, I'm
You know,
not.
who's going to make me
Right.
sit in timeout?
His mommy was my wild child. My oldest is my, like, she's my, you know, she's the oldest. She's bossy, she's mouthy, but she's wicked smart, but she'll cut you in a moment. And then there's my Abby, you know, she's my wicked smart baby. Can you keep an eye on him real quick? I'm gonna run out. Where is he? Yeah, I see him. Okay. And they're all 3 wicked smart, but in very different ways, you know. And Abby's a sweetheart, you know. She's amazing and kind and giving, and I learned so much from her as an adult, seeing my daughter grow into this person. So, you know, and I have 3 daughters. Thank you. Yeah, Francher. And, you know, I have this amazing little grandson that we were just like, oh crap, how did we, can you close my door again once you're done? Thank you, baby. You know, we didn't expect, but he is just the most amazing blessing. And my life has never been easy. It's always been chaotic. I've always been in fight or flight, you know, and I think that's why this case affected me so terribly, because I identify so heavily with this case. And I think that's why this case sticks with so many people, because it's all about people projecting their own stories onto her. And then if you don't believe her story, then you're somehow negating their abuse. And that's not what's happening. What's happening is that we're pointing out that this did not occur. These things did not happen, you know?
And that's the thing, you know, not only is it just so frustrating and infuriating to see the
It's
narrative that was
disrespectful.
spun. And yes, and like I have to remind everyone, and humanize Dee Dee. You know, she was a
Yes.
daughter, she was a wife, she was a mother, she was a sister, she was a friend. Yeah, did she do some bad things? Yes, but
That doesn't mean she was a
did she,
monster.
right? That doesn't mean she was a monster, and that doesn't mean that she deserved to be butchered like
No,
the
and
way
it
she
doesn't
was.
mean that what her daughter and their family and even the siblings and their family, what they say is all true. It doesn't mean some of it isn't true. It just doesn't mean that all of it is true. Nothing is
And
as it appears.
And she's the victim.
Yeah.
How has the victim of a brutal unaliving become the monster?
The
This was not,
monster.
and I was pro
And how
Gypsy
did the
at the beginning.
perpetrator who set it all up accomplish that? Because I'm here
Yeah.
to tell you, it's not some abuse case where some little girl, you know, couldn't escape her mommy. Fuck that. She escaped her mom whenever she freaking wanted to. Wherever she wanted. It's just disrespectful.
It's, you know, it is. And that we all know there were so many more easy ways that she could have been unalived, but you know, all she needed to
Yes.
do was give her a little bit of extra medication, and she would have passed away peacefully in her sleep.
No, she couldn't do that because I think she wanted it as brutal as she possibly could. Because why? It's all a distraction, folks. It's all a distraction.
And also it was she had to have a fall guy because
Yeah.
I think she was afraid they do an autopsy toxicology report and it would come back that she had OD on something, and then who'd be blamed? Well, maybe Gypsy, but so she needed a fall guy.
She did. She did. And like, it's so disrespectful to people like the people who have chemo or cancer or muscular dystrophy and know that she knows she does not have those things and is still pretending to have the things that she has, and then denying that the things that she actually does have were things that she actually medically needed. And it's really kind of foul that she's doing this. And so that's why this one today and the one about the chemo, it really bothered me, because you have an audacity to do something and you're taking all these trips and you're doing all these things. You're taking from these kids. You want to talk about that? Everybody talks about, oh, well, she was defrauding this, or she was, making this, but what about the kids that didn't get things? What about the kid that didn't get that fucking dollhouse? You knew you were not 15, 2 years old. You were not whatever. You did not need that. You could have said, no, you know what? I don't need the dollhouse. I would much rather it go to someone, much younger than me, and that I just would like for them to have it and not me. You could have just done that and still kept your life fucking going. You did not have to take the dollhouse that you never fucking played with. Gross.
And also, I don't know if people realize this or if they've ever read it or heard about it, but when she did win 2009 Child of the Year, they revoked her title.
No shit. Yeah. I remember they did. Yeah, but no shit they did. No shit they did. Yeah, they did.
But they still, they gave her the check. She won Child of the Year. They gave her the money. And then they revoked her, from being Child of the Year. Don't know who they replaced her with, and don't know if they replaced the money.
Yeah. It's just all a big fucking mess of a fraud. It's the biggest, largest, stupidest con in the world, and I'm so annoyed that can I put her back in prison? I don't freaking know, and I don't, whatever. But she's dangerous, and we should be talking about the fact that she's dangerous. We're glorifying a schmurderer. They were talking about putting her on Dancing with the Stars. She's getting reality TV shows. She's writing these books, and you're buying books that are straight fucking lies. Okay, everyone knows. Even the supporters know that the third time she stood in her whole life was not while she was an incarcerated woman. Can you give me a better lie, please? Can you at least, you're so damn messy. Can you at least keep your lies straight, and can you make them interesting? Because, how stupid do you fucking think we are? Come on now.
That just blows my mind.
It's just nasty at this point. Oh, he's not my looked Well, he sure as shit looked like your boyfriend at Jazz Fest, bitch.
Right. And then, I guess she was on there was something she posted, I guess on Nina, saying that they're very happy together now.
You've got to be fucking kidding me. Just whatever. Oh, but I don't want the fame. I can't do this. Oh my God, Fancy, I don't want to do the interview because, fuck off. They're all just
you know who I was, besides being,
liars. That needs to be on a shirt.
And the thing is Jazz Fest has me like in a rage, and
I know.
and for so many reasons that I can lay out, but you know what I was thinking the whole time? I was thinking, how is this hurting Ryan? Like, how?
Yes. In his face and disrespectful.
Those are technically his in-laws, not Ken's. Those are Ryan's in-laws. That's Ryan's wife. That's Ryan's family.
And to boot, she had him, or she didn't have him. Okay, I'm sorry if I say it wrong. He has been now taken off the Lifetime series. He's been kicked off. They did one episode to wrap his shit, and they said, "No, we don't need you anymore. You're done. Bye."
Oh,
Because they
wow.
need to follow the more important story of her life. How fucking disrespectful are you? Gross.
I mean, how besides his wife betraying him, his in-laws and family just betrayed him
Yes.
by going with
Oh, God, yeah.
by going with her and partying with her and her boyfriend and condoning her adultery.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, do these people have no respect? Do they have no limits to what they will do? Do they have no boundaries? I mean, how much more of gross people can they possibly show you they are? It's like, tell me that you're a horrible person without telling me you're a horrible person.
I'm going to tell you right now, my mom would not have stood for that. My mom would have said,
Oh,
I am
no.
sorry, young lady, but while you're still married, we're not going out to these events with you and your
No.
boyfriend, or supporting you and your boyfriend, or
No.
letting you and your boyfriend stay at our house.
No, you need
You're
to
married.
you need to act respectfully until you are finished with your marriage. That's why there's a waiting period.
Yes, I feel like, but you know what? I feel like they're just in it for the money.
They're all
So,
for the money.
they,
That's one of the new hashtags. Hashtag follow the money. Because I'm telling you, it's all about the money. It's always been all about the money on both sides of this family. It's all about the money. And Ken's in it for the fucking money. I don't give a shit what Ken says. He's in it for the fucking money.
you know,
No, I don't think he went home either.
one thing
I don't know if she returned Ryan's grandmother's ring. That's a really great question, Heather.
Another thing too is that when I see these things happen, and we know she called TMZ and told them to be there, they were all going to be at this event,
Right. Right.
and then she sold pictures too. But you know what? The thing is I'm thinking in the back of my mind, any day now, I'm scared that Ryan's going to unalive himself.
Oh, Sarah, don't say that. That's not
It it scares me. I'm not just saying that as a as a gossipy thing. I'm saying that as in I have a legitimate fear
Yeah, I
that this
know,
poor
but
guy is
I
sinking.
Thank you so much about my shirt. I think I got it at Old Navy. I
Because I
know.
feel like, we know that he worshipped her and he put her up on a pedestal.
I mean, okay, but Sarah, I don't know. Okay, yes, I worry and I feel bad for the guy, and he seems happy with Pixie, and I've seen that he seems depressed. But if this is the truth, he's definitely better off, and I hope that he knows that he is definitely better off. And your mom raised you better, and you know what? Listen to your mother, because she's gonna guide you the right way, hopefully. And he got paid, and he knew what was coming. He knew, and he made a deal with Melissa Moore, and so I can't trust him either. So I wish him the best, and I hope that he gets what he deserves. If he deserves alimony, great. If he deserves to get half her money because they did it, fine. That's wonderful. I just hope that he moves on from this in a positive way. That's
Right.
all.
And a lot of people forget the fact that, they've already been married for 2 years.
But all of that was while she was behind bars.
Right.
Which is
And
exactly what I warned everyone about. I mean, everybody made me out to be such a meddling bitch, telling her back when Ken was the flavor of the week that she was engaged to. I was like, this is ridiculous. You've been engaged once, you're gonna be engaged again. Now you're gonna get it was just like ridiculous. And and she was like, okay, so do I stay with Ken or do I go to Brian? I mean, it was on and on and on. She's boy freaking crazy. She is boy freaking crazy. And I was like, damn it, don't do this. I was honest with her. I was kind with her. I even talked to her about how I made a mistake, and then that was I didn't get the wedding I wanted. I ran away with my husband, and my mom was only there, and his side of the family, and we got married in Vegas, and I didn't get the wedding. And that was just me going to Vegas. What are you going to look back on and think, God, I got married in prison? You don't know him. You don't know what he's like when he's, mad. You don't know what
But
he's
how
like
many
when
years
he's
did he visit her? How many years did they date before they got married in prison? Wasn't it like 2 years?
who? Which one?
With Ryan and Gypsy. I mean, they dated
I
for
think
like
so.
two
Yeah, but
years.
Penn and her dated for a long time too. It's that's
Right.
the thing. Like, and I don't know that they didn't overlap because there was a thing about where on again, off again, off again, on again, off again engagement. So I was the only one going. Does anybody give a shit that she has never lived in society, supposedly, according to you folks, and she's just marrying some random weirdo off the fucking net, and you all are just like, yeah, that's fine. We've met him a couple of times at prison. What the fuck is going on here?
Is it just is the fact okay? Here's a two-part question.
Yeah,
Are Rod and Christy afraid to say no to her because they are just afraid to say no to her, or are they afraid to say no to her because she's their cash cow?
both, in my
Both.
opinion, allegedly, and for entertainment and educational purposes only, because I wouldn't want that summons to actually show up on my door.
Okay, because that's what I always think. I'm like, I just
I think
wonder
it's
if there is a genuine fear or
yeah.
concern, or if it's just money related.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I did tell Christy straight up. I called her when she threatened me, and I straight up told Christy there is going to come a time that you all are going to have to come to terms with the fact that she is in fact a murderer. And that's what Christy said really hurt her feelings, is because how dare I say that coming from me? And I'm like, no, it's the fucking truth. Sorry. And that I said that you and Mia's lives are definitely in danger. And if she'll say it to me, she'll say it to anyone. So, you know what? You need to be very wary about her living in your home, being around your children, being around grandchildren, being around anybody in the family. I'm not going to sugarcoat it for you anymore, Christy. This is bullshit. She is scary, and you guys are setting her up for failure on the outside. I mean, this is straight up what I said. When I sit here and I say I called it, I'm not being arrogant. I'm right. I did. I sat there and I called all these things and tried to warn them. This is going to happen. That's going to happen. She shouldn't do this. Don't do that. Don't say these things. As a PR, did you see all kinds of crazy bullshit coming out when I was their PR? No, you did not. Because I kept that shit off the fucking net. I kept it out of mainstream media because I didn't feel like it was anybody's freaking business.
And even with, I've seen a few of your letters with the
Yeah.
screenshots that you released back and forth between you and Gypsy and back and forth between you and Christy when you're basically like telling her to stop saying what she's saying, and you're doing damage control because she's just running her mouth. And I know one of the big things was when she just hopped on and gave this interview saying we're gonna sue Hulu for the act.
Oh
And I'm like,
my God.
you're literally having to run around and like put out fires that this girl keeps starting. I say girl, sorry, that this
This
woman
woman.
keeps starting.
Right. Right. And then, okay, that's one. So we're dealing with that shit. And I'm like, where the hell did you get the idea you could sue them? They could do anything they want, sweetheart. Why didn't sign? You don't have to. I go back. By the way, you didn't have to sign my life rights either, and I could still make the damn project about you, sweetheart. By the way, I told you that. Ha ha. Yes, I did. But the point of the matter was, is I wanted to make sure you were protected in getting paid for your story, unlike what the act did to you. But now I understand why the act did what they did to her. They told her straight up in those text messages the reason that they didn't want them involved was because they were worried they were going to dirty the narrative.
Well,
Well,
and then
hello.
Christy had to go into damage control and try to issue another statement,
Right,
backpedaling, saying like, "Oh, Gypsy just didn't know what she was talking about when she misspoke."
right, right, right.
Okay, all right, that doesn't
Right,
make
right. Well,
sense.
that's
No,
that always just misspoke. Don't you understand? Every time they're freaking caught, they always just misspoke. But it's ridiculous. And yeah, the reason the kids in the media, she's sending out freaking messages to every Tom, Dick, and Harry writing her saying, I have got a brand new boyfriend and we're engaged and we're so happy together. I'm like, Christy, what the hell is going on? She's sending this out and you're freaking doing what you're doing. I'm like, I can't even with you. I can't. How am I supposed to keep this shit from happening? And then at the same time, they're pulling that, oh my God, Gypsy's gonna be put in the hole bullshit. How many times was she supposedly put in the hole, Melissa Moore? I'd like to know, since that's in your book, that it was 2 weeks or 2 months or whatever, right before she was supposed to go. Oh, I'm sorry, it was just a couple months before she was supposed to go to the parole board, and she was in the hole for 2 weeks. Really? I have the warden's freaking actual letter disproving that.
what was
She
she?
was
I
never
mean,
put in the hole.
what was she trying to accomplish by giving that false, narrative there about being put in the hole? I mean, she was trying. She was
Okay. You want to know? Okay, inside fairy tale time. All right, let me.
fairy inside fairy
Fairy
tale
tale
time.
time. Yeah, inside fairy tale time. Okay, so this is what happened. Apparently, there was a profile that was started that somebody believed was Gypsy Rose running it from behind bars. And that apparently somehow got back to the warden. What I am told, and I have proof in the text messages, and everybody who was on Facebook at the time will remember this shit. I am told that we have to close all the freaking groups down, even the support group. Oh my God, it's terrible. We have to stop this because if we don't, they're gonna throw her in the hole. And I'm like, that don't make no sense. But okay, so Don Brown, Mama Dukes, comes along and is like, oh my God, what are we gonna do? And I'm like, why are you even talking to me? Hang on a minute. What are you doing? You got what? Oh, okay. Good boy. Thank you. Go back to Mama now. Thanks, baby. Love you. He had to put a coin in his Pop-Pop's basket. So, okay. So I'm like, that doesn't make any sense, but I'm still going to do the damage control. So I'm like, all right, here's what we do. We put out a blanket statement that says, the family is leaving the groups at this time. You can, because I said they can't make you shut down the groups. That's absurd. Nobody's heard of anything like that. I'm like, so what we can do is we can say that we're pulling access to you. Kind of like they did in their little PR stunt recently, right? Huh.
Right.
So I said, we can leave the groups. You can shut down the support one that you run personally, leave it open with, your other moderators and your admins. You need to step off the admin and you need to leave the group. If you want to leave it open for support, then they need to run it. Not you, not Don Brown, not me, not you, not anyone you're personally connected to. One of the girls that's, far away from you, that's just a supporter. Okay. Those people, not you. That was the only thing that made sense. Everybody freaking called me a liar. I was like, I can't do anything about it. This is the information I'm being told. A few days later, I finally am like, this isn't making any sense. Did you get anything back from the warden? Can I call the warden? I need to talk to the warden because In Touch wants to talk to the warden and everybody else wants to talk to the warden now because you've made this huge stink. And she's like, well, let me go and get the letter. I got something from the warden. I was like, oh, okay. She sends this to me, and this is in our Patreon. And she sends it to me, and it's like a letter that says, literally, that there is a profile that they believe suspiciously was Gypsy Rose communicating with the internet, and that they needed that shut down. That was it. She never went to the hole. Nope.
See, I always thought that the reason that she came up with this story about the hole was to get attention.
I think it was twofold. I think it was her trying to do whatever she was doing with, like, you know how Rachel had the TikTok. I think
Right.
it was someone that was running it, because we do remember that there were several that were very suspicious, that were claiming to be Gypsy and things like that. And they were suspicious. And I think it's one of the people that she was communicating with and getting them to garner sympathy, garner conversations, change the narrative, see what the narrative is, judge the climate, the whole thing. And I think she got caught. And so, okay, well, how do I cover this? Shit, what do I do? The thing is she plans, but she never plans well enough, and that's the thing. She's not this great mastermind like her mom was, a really good freaking con. Her daughter is at best. You know what I'm saying? And Christy is a sad replacement. She just looks better.
Oh
Sorry.
my God.
Shitty parent who raised shitty kids. Yeah. We got that merch too, guys, just so you know. Anyway, so, here, you know, so no, it being put in the hole is being put in solitary. And she's claiming that she was put in solitary right before she was supposed to be before the parole board for some bull crap she said. I don't remember. I read it. I thought it was hilarious, and I filed it away in the bullshit stories Gypsy's told. But apparently that's what she says happens, and that she was put in the hole for 2 whole weeks. That she was in solitary for 2
You know what? I have noticed that Gypsy has a pattern of being confined for exactly 2 weeks.
Isn't that funny? I just came to the same realization as you did, right as you did.
No, I've been thinking that for a while, and I haven't said anything to you about it
That's funny.
because,
So I just got to it right before you
yeah,
started.
we've been like doing so many other things,
I
right?
know.
That like
Right, right.
I would start to mention it to you a few weeks back, and
Yeah,
things would get in the way. There was other things going on,
yeah.
because we know this month has been insane. But I was gonna say, like, what is her obsession with 2 weeks? She's changed. She's in the whole, like, I mean, 2 weeks, like, wow.
There's other times too where 2 weeks is, she said 2 weeks for certain things. It's, what's really interesting. It was also 2 weeks before the murder that phone became active.
Yeah, it's
Mm.
there's
So that's
something about
interesting.
her
I mean,
and
just those little things. She's got patterns and she's got tells. There's so many tells. And I'm so excited to do this with the team, where we're looking at each different documentary and writing down what she says in each one, so we can go, oh, well, here's this story and it's been told 17 times. And here's each one. Let's see what you think. And play the clip of her saying, well, it was a dog leash. The one I like right now, Veda has up, and I was looking at this, is a clip from Dr. Phil. And it's the one where she's saying that he asks her how she feels about Nicholas now, and she gets this real look on her face, and she says, I hate him. I just hate him now. I really just hate him. And then she says, he was the first person that I told I was in a wheelchair. And I just thought I loved him. And then to find out, that here's Tan going, she said, or in her book, I'm sorry, Veda's got it, where it's in her book again. Her book is so telling. Her book says that Dan was the first person she told. Or was it the
right.
guy? Or was it the guy at the convention that we're not sure is Dan or not? Which one is it, Gypsy? Who was the first person that you told? Oh, or I'm sorry. Was it the third time that you were up walking while you were incarcerated?
Right. I mean, it's
Your lies are
this
messy, bitch.
if I mean, I don't
Clean it
even
up.
see I don't even see at this point how the supporters they are so blind. They're so blind. Like they're willingly, like you like to say, willingly ignorant. They see these lies, right? They
Yeah,
have to be catching on to them by now. They're
I
just choosing not to.
I think it's really a hard separation, Sarah, is we've talked about this a lot, is separating the fact that Gypsy appeared to be a little girl, but
Yes.
she was a full blown and is a full blown woman. And because they cannot get past the little girl victim, they cannot see past their own nose. They can't see the
I
forest
mean,
through the trees.
she's gonna be like 100 years old, and they're still gonna be saying, "Oh,
Calling
that
her a little
poor
girl.
girl."
Leave that little girl alone. That's what they always say. Leave the little girl alone. She is not a little girl. She is 34 years old. She's going through a freaking midlife crisis. Get the hell out of here. What the hell? Good freaking Lord of mercy. Bree was
Uh,
right this morning, Trey. I know. No. She said in
no,
her
no,
book that
no,
wasn't
no.
true.
She even said in Prison Confessions, and I'm going to tell you another thing she said that has pissed me off.
Bree drinks the
That
Kool-Aid.
pissed me off. That started with when we first got on this live, and she said that she only when she went to went to jail was the first what did you say, third time she ever stood up, or what was that?
That's what she said. Yes.
Okay, let me tell you what I instantly in my brain, the very instant, the next thought I thought of was her throwing her grandpa under the bus
Yep.
by saying that Nick's genitalia was the second men's genitalia she had seen, except for her grandfather's. And that was what I instantly thought of. And we know for a fact that she was with Dan and multiple men
Hold on, I'm trying to find
before
it.
before she was with Nick. And then in Prison Confessions, just in that one series alone, she contradicts herself and says that she was and she wasn't, and that whenever Nick said that she couldn't marry someone else because they were, married spiritually and physically, and they were each other's firsts, and they're sealed by, whatever, this hen fast and all this stuff, and they're sealed, so she's
Okay, here it is.
technically
Here it
his
is. Here it
wife.
is.
And she's like, you weren't my first.
Right. Okay, can you guys see this?
Yeah.
Behind my head? Okay, so this is the first part. This is the first part of the lie. She says in her book, the first time I stood up on my own 2 feet was my first failed attempt to leave my mother. I had the legs of a chick struggling to find a way out of the cracks. Who hasn't felt unsturdy like that in their own life, she says. The second time I stood up, I walked down a path I'll regret forever. Again, too many people feel this way about their choices. She goes on to follow up with, the book, as Gypsy says, will cover her journey towards standing in her own truth because of the work she has done on herself for the past few years, where she lied to the psychiatrist. But anyway, the third time I stood up, I did so as an incarcerated girl who had so much to learn about independence, self-forgiveness, and reliance. Only
Resilience.
because I did the work did my time to stand finally come. Now I can stand with other victims as they take steps towards doing whatever work is necessary to stand for themselves. Oh, fucking, can I can't.
I
I
think
just,
she's
yeah,
wait. Now that I've seen this, she's talking about metaphorically, not physically.
no. That is not what she is saying. No.
I thought she was talking about standing on her own 2 feet metaphorically.
No, she's talking about that she's relating to it metaphorically to the name of what she's doing now. But these are the 3 accounts of when she's saying that she actually stood on her own 2 feet.
Okay, I reading this, I don't take it as physical. I took it as metaphorical.
No, Sarah, no. If you read it again, I mean, let's see what the people say. I don't think it's deep, and I don't believe so. Look, I mean, if you go back the first time she stood, because I'm telling you, everybody else took it the other way too. That I'd seen online when I saw it, the 3 steps she made in life. I mean, you can see it metaphorically, but still, I don't care. It's still a lie anyway. But here, I'm trying to get back to the whole. I want to get back to the personal part of this. We can analyze it. Let's analyze it. I mean,
Yeah, we are totally able to have a rational conversation.
yeah. Let's see. So, I mean, let's look at the whole article, I guess. Let's look and see what the article fully says. I wish I could get out of the article. Is there a way for me to be out of the article and on a green screen where it's just showing it and not me? And I can just talk in the box? No. Okay, that was not helpful. No. Well, damn it. Oh, for crying out loud. Now I've got freaking weird ass eyes. Okay, I'll just have to try to go. I'll make myself smaller. Maybe I can do that. I think I can do that. Okay, and then I can make myself smaller. Go smaller. I think. Oh, no, don't bring anybody up. Just go smaller. Okay, here. Dang it. I can't.
Just lay down. Just lay down.
I got it. Okay, so
lay
here's
down, fancy.
So maybe I took it wrong, but I can tell you I got my information from a discussion group where that's the way they took it too. Okay. So here we go. Gypsy Rose Blanchard. Oh, fuck balls. Gypsy Rose Blanchard has a new memoir coming out. See the cover exclusive. After a decade of incarceration for having her boyfriend murder her mothers, she's ready to tell her story of abuse and survival. Okay. And then can I go to the next one? I go to the next one. That's the first one. Yes. Okay, great. Thank you. All right. This just shows the book cover, My Time to Stand. Gypsy Rose is ready to tell her story in a brand new book. Yippee, yippee, ki-yay. And is this it? No, that's the okay. So then her memoir, My Time to Stand, written with Melissa Moore and Michelle Mastroianni, is coming from Ben Bella Books in January 2025. See, I didn't even see that part because I just got so irritated by the whole situation. I am in love with the title of my book, not only because it addresses the question I get most, but because in our pain and struggle, we can find what it is that we want to stand for. Man, this is not her talking. Gypsy said in a statement shared with People that inside our stories, if we dare to sit in the stillness of them, our purpose can be revealed. And we all have a purpose. That's what I hope people will take away from my book. You know, that kind of sounds like when she said the whole thing about where it just proves that fairy tales really can come true. Doesn't it sound an awful like that? Maybe that really does sound like how she talks, don't you think?
No, that doesn't sound like how she talks. I've never heard her say anything like that. That was definitely some kind of, PR.
Clean up.
PR. That's a PR given to her by Melissa Moore.
Yeah, probably. But I mean, it does kind of sound a lot like the one she gives when she's sitting there getting the freaking habitat house, and the one she said when she got the freaking dolphin bullshit shit when they were in the Slidell. Anyway, a victim of Munchausen by proxy, Gypsy was sentenced to 10 years in prison in 2016 after pleading guilty to murder for her role in the death of her mother, Claudenia Dee Dee Blanchard. In 2023, she was released after serving 85% of her sentence. Okay. Dee Dee both mentally and physically abused her daughter throughout Gypsy's life. fraudulently claiming that she had a terminal illness and the mind of a much younger child. I think that's kind of been displayed already, babes. I think that ship sailed. After Gypsy, then online boyfriend Nicholas Nick Godejohn murdered Dee Dee in 2015. Both were convicted and sentenced to prison. After her arrest and her trial, Gypsy's story quickly spread, helped along by the dramatization of her her story in Hulu's Golden Globe and Emmy award-winning The Act, starring Joey King, who she just so much wants to meet when she's in LA, as Gypsy and Patricia Arquette as Dee Dee. The case was also subject of the HBO documentary Mom and Dead and Dearest, and you all know how I feel about that shit. The documentary focused on my journey to parole and my in-prison marriage. It is very much outward facing, but as a survivor desperate to figure out ways to inspire others to find hope, it's necessary to face inward, to question, to be introspective. Now that, I believe, was Melissa Moore, Gypsy says. In processing and retelling my memories, so much more truth has been revealed to me, including, oh my flippin' Lord, the victimization of the other people in my family and community, she continues. I hope to engage readers by describing my journey instead of explaining it. In that way, others may see themselves in my story too and relate. The title has special meaning for Gypsy, who was, I think it says, confined to use or forced to use a wheelchair, even though she was able to walk. In putting out this book, she hopes to encourage others who have suffered adversity in their own lives. Hold on, I got to pull the thingy back up again. Which one am I on? Yes. Okay. Is that it? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
The first time I stood up on my own 2 feet was my first failed attempt to leave my mother. I had the legs of a chick struggling to find a way out of the cracks. Who hasn't felt unsturdy like that in their own life, she says. The second time I stood up, I walked down a path I'll regret forever. Again, too many people feel this way about their choices. Now, I feel that the first one she's describing is literally her standing up and trying to run away and whatever she's describing there. That's one event. This second event, I do believe that's more metaphorical. The first one, I'm thinking,
Well,
that's...
and the second attempt, she's referring to Dee Dee's unaliving.
It could be that, but it can also be the path when she stood up and ran away and went to Dan and tried to pull the trigger on her
I'm
mom.
talking about when she says the second time I stood up, I walked down a path I'll regret forever. That's the unaliving.
Yeah, I get you on that one. And then it goes on to say, the book, Gypsy says, will cover her journey forward, standing in her own truth because of, what's that say? Of the work she's done on herself for the past few years. Oh, for Christ's sake. The first time I stood up, I did so. The third time I stood up, I did so as an incarcerated woman who had so much to learn about dependence, self-forgiveness, and violence. She concludes, only because I did the work. I mean, yeah, I guess, but I still feel like she's not this freaking deep, dude. She's just not. This is some cleanup shit, but I still feel that she's trying to say that the third time that this is when I knew I could walk was when I was incarcerated. Come on. Get the hell out of here.
I really feel like she's speaking metaphorically in a way, and I can definitely tell that this this is a PR package statement that was given to her to read.
Yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from, Sarah. Hang on, let me get this off of here now. I see where you're coming from on that, and I think you could be right in some respects, and I think that I could be right in some respects. I mean, seriously.
Yeah, it could be it could
A little bit of
definitely be both ways.
pointing out to the police that would have done something right. You know, she's using it literally, that made it seem metaphorically, so she appeals more to you. Yeah, see, that's what I'm thinking. Just lurking bitch too. That's
Yeah.
exactly it. She's using it literally. They made it seem metaphorically so that she appears more to human emotions. See, I think she literally told them, like, the third time that I ever knew that I ever stood up was when they arrested me and I was incarcerated. I think that's what she said. And I think Melissa Moore went, so we've got to clean that up. You
Yeah.
know, like,
Yeah.
yeah. No, I don't. That's what I'm saying. I don't think she is that deep. All that deepness, that's her co-writers. That's the two that write this shit with her. And let's not forget. Oh, she's smart, but she's not that deep. Okay. I need a lawyer. Yes, Amy Mackey. Yes. Yeah. That's one of my faves. That little girl sat there, you know, as they want to say, that little girl sat there and tour guided, ate, slept, played with her stupid fucktard plushie that they bought her because they felt sorry for her because they thought that she was a fucking victim. All that shit for freaking ever, waiting while he sat handcuffed in cold freaking ass whatever he was in. And she's sitting there playing around, thinks she snowed Stan a million freaking times because she's like, oh man, I don't know what the fuck this guy's talking about with snowballs and fucking pencils, but I got him. He's a moron. I got him. This is crazy. This is going great. And she's just sitting there thinking, he's got it. Oh, this is wonderful. He walks out the room. He comes back with the text messages. He tells her he ain't taking her shit. He walks out. And he says, I'm not doing this. You're going to be placed under arrest. Bobby fucking blah, blah, blah. And then she lays on the ground trying to listen to hear what they're saying when he walks out. And then she screams out, sir, I want an attorney. After
Yeah.
saying, I didn't kill my mom, sir. I didn't kill my mom, sir. Oh, I can't go to prison, sir. I'm really sick. And then when he didn't buy that, I need an attorney. Which means she knew she needed an attorney. She knew she could have an attorney. She just didn't think she needed one.
Look, she 100% believed she was walking out of there and going
I
back.
love my mama. My mom is my best friend. Exactly.
She thought 100% she was going back to the house with the new car, with the money and checks in the safe, and she was going to get to live the adult life free of her mom that she wanted.
You know what's the other big catch that came out today with her? The interrogation video where she says, my mom never abused me before I was 19.
What?
Yes, ma'am. She says it in the interrogation video to Stan. My mom never abused me. My mom never abused me before I was 19. And she's telling about the fact that when she ran away, you know, and my mom, we were fighting and did, yep, my mom never abused me before I was 19.
Wait a minute. So this was something that was
Said and people missed.
Oh, I just got a violation warning. My live content is flagged for hate speech and hateful behaviors. Repeated violations could result in you being removed from this live.
So I didn't get one.
I just did. And
Wow.
It's not even my live.
Right? Unbelievable.
So do I have to leave and come back?
I don't know how it works. I just always just stay live. I don't know.
I'm just keep going and we'll see what happens. Because
We'll just
it
see.
says my live could be ended, but it's not my live.
Well, just don't worry about it. Just we're fine for right now.
So anyway, back to what I was saying. Was this portion cut out of the interrogation video that we have?
No, I don't think so. I think it's just one of the times where people just weren't paying attention to what she was saying. And I found it in one of the groups again, and I was like, damn. And they're pulling it from my own freaking clips, you know, and I'm like, shit, how did I miss that?
She said she was never abused until she was 19, but then after 19 she started being abused.
That's what something along that lines. I have to go look it up again, Sarah. I did, yeah.
That's insane.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's when she's trying to talk about the problems that they've been having and stuff. I have to go watch it again. I asked the
Because
girls, I think I asked the girls in the group to
I
look it up.
never heard her say, I never heard her say that her
Let me
mother
see.
abused her.
Hold on. I don't know if she used those words, but hold on. Let me find it. Let me find it. Amy Mackey, what are you asking? Hold on. Let me see if I can. Hold on. Enhance effects. See if I can find it. I don't know if I can do a video one while I'm on here.
Lurking says she's looking for it.
I did post it, and somebody else did it too. I don't remember where it is. Let me see. No. No. Ugh, damn it. I'm going to take it out again. I can't find it. I posted it. Herder said that her mom was not mean and never intended to hurt her. That was after her release. It's out there, and I could be wrong as to where it was said, but I'm pretty sure it was said in the interrogation room is what I remember putting out and what I remember finding. I could be wrong. I could be.
I remember her saying that something along those. I remember her saying that when in one of her interviews
Maybe
after she was already incarcerated.
I put something out today and I linked it all up and everything, so I don't know, but she said it, and I mean it's 100%. That's when she's saying that's when the incident with Dan happened.
Right.
So she's linking that to the BB gun incident.
Yeah, yeah, I saw her say that in one of her prison interviews after her conviction, was that her mom didn't abuse her before she was
Like I said,
19.
I could be wrong on where I said I saw it, but because I've been putting out a lot of stuff today, so it could have been when I was talking about I put out Nick's interrogation today, so I could be wrong, but I put something out about it today. So
Yeah, I don't think it was in the interrogation with Stanfield, or not Stanfield, with
Hancock.
Hancock. Yeah, because we've said over and over again that she never used the word abuse ever in her
That's what I thought too.
interrogation.
That's what I thought too. But I thought maybe she said my mom never did anything before I was 19, or my mom never, because I think, oh, you know what? I do think he says it. Oh my God, Sarah, there's a point where he asks her if her mother ever hit her or whatever or something like that, and she said no, never before. My mom never hit me before I was 19. I'm telling you, they're right. I'm right on this. I think she did say that. We've got to find it, guys. Can somebody pull it? See if somebody knows, because yeah, I think she did say it. I think she said it to Stan, because now I'm remembering him ask that question.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm very
She said,
interested to see that.
my mom was my best friend. My mom was my best friend. That's what she says it. My mom was my best friend.
And then we have the whole BB. What irritates me with the whole BB gun thing, besides the fact that, okay, right then and there, she
Thank
was
you.
under the impression that she was going to get rid of her mom, right?
Yeah.
That because she thought the pew pew was real.
Right.
But then Dee Dee goes to the hospital and they make up this this whole robbery thing. They could have put an innocent man in prison.
For sure.
And that's what's so scary about our legal system, is that kind of thing happens every day, where people lie about an attack or a robbery or about being assaulted or whatever. And some innocent person goes to jail.
Hey, Christina. Yes, I mean that's like Rod. Well, some people say that Rodney Reed is not innocent. I think, based on what I know from the information I have, he's innocent. I know that the Central Park Five, the West Memphis Three, we've got Adon's, whatever the heck his name is. There are so many Darlie Routier that could or could not be. There's so many other cases. It happens, folks. It happens. It's not it's not uncommon. And if Nick was so in love with her, if Nick was so in love with her, he would have said anything that she told him to say. And
There,
they didn't care to ask any other questions. They wanted to hook, line, sinker him before they took him home, took him back to Mississippi.
Roxanne has made a good point, and Kit is actually asking about that. Was that Nick said she had tried it twice before and was
Right,
not
what's the
able to
second
do it.
one? What's the second one? We don't know. I've never seen it. But see, I doubt the whole BB story in the first place, okay? Because I've heard it so many different ways and so many different times, and it's so stupid, and it doesn't line up with anything. It does not line up with any event. Like, and where the only place I read about it is they're different time periods, and so there's one where she's talking about it on her freaking Facebook. It does not link up with when she tells Dr. Beckerman about it, and it does not link up with the robbery that the other people talk about, and it doesn't link up with the Walmart incident that somebody else says. So I doubt that it happened, but fuck balls, I don't know anymore. Like, I mean, it's like, geez, man, can you ride round? Like, what the
No, it's like,
Jesus.
I can't keep
Again,
it.
again. What'd you say?
It's oh God, I understand that reaction completely.
Like, this is the song that never ends. It goes on
Yes.
and on, my friends.
Yeah.
Like, and people like to say they're my wild theories. No, this is based on facts and evidence in the own bitch's words.
Yeah, I mean, the wild
I mean,
things are coming out on her end. Jeez.
the stories and the lies there are evident lies. Even if you think I am cuckoo cuckoo, you have got to realize that there is lying happening here, and it is not me. One of these
Yeah.
things is not like the other. One of these things just
Yeah.
doesn't
Not
belong.
quite the same. Yeah, I mean, it's like,
Right.
I mean,
See, Roxanne says the lies are endless. That's the thing. I just don't understand why.
I was like most of the world, I felt really bad for her. I thought she was she'd been abused and victimized. Even when I was on her side, I still thought what happened to Nick was wrong because I still knew that he was not mentally, that his mental capacity wasn't there, and that have of assistance of counsel.
And see,
I knew that even though I believed her, even I still thought, man, Nick got really screwed. But then once I started catching her in lie after lie after lie after lie after lie, it was like, no, I don't believe her anymore. I don't believe a second of it.
here's the thing with the autism and Nick and everything. Okay, so first of all, I did not understand autism very well 7 years ago, way before me, my children, and all of us got diagnosed. Okay, I've also gone back to school for psychology, to be a forensic psychologist, so I've learned a lot. So I didn't understand it, and I went into it with the exact same mentality that the police officers that questioned him went in with. And it was, this guy is psycho. Did you see really what he did? I don't give a shit what the hell
Right.
else happened.
You
Did you
thought
see
that
it
he
then?
was a monster.
I thought he
You
was a
thought he was a monster.
and then on top of that, a few months later, here comes Don Boker with these freaking horrible, awful emails that no, I did not ask her to write. She wrote all those all by her lonesome. You know, like that was her thing.
I
And
do
like, she
believe
was
that
talking.
Gypsy and Christy planted her.
I do too at this point. But anyway, so I thought he was wicked, evil, and I thought to myself, I don't care. And about this time, as I'm starting to go through a process and I'm seeing my daughter, I look at my daughter and I'm like, Katie Joy was like, no, my kid could absolutely be manipulated into it because he's autistic and everybody hates her for saying that. That went viral. That's why she hates me, right? Because her son is autistic. That's the only reason why. And I said that there was no way in hell that Abby could be motivated to do that. She would not do that. She would self-defense. Absolutely. If she thought, somebody broke into her house and she had to pick up the gun and shoot them, yeah, okay, yeah, she could do that. But would she be convinced to take another person's life? No. Abigail would have told them, no, I'm not, no, we need to find a better way. We're not doing this. And she wouldn't have caved. I guarantee you. I know my daughter. Okay, so because he's autistic isn't the only factor here. It's each autistic person is individually different. And so maybe my daughter's processing speed and understanding of consequences better than Nicholas is, right? He clearly does not understand consequences. And I truly do not believe that he had the ability to deliberate and understand what those deliberation consequences would be. And I do not believe he understood his Miranda rights. I do not believe at all. And they should have known when he told her, and I was thinking about this last night, Sarah, when he told Mackie that not Mackie, sorry, I read Amy Mackie, when he told Mahali that he heard voices, that he had been on medication. He told her that he had Asperger's, that he did tell her all of that. And you know what? She should have stopped that interview. But more importantly, there should have been an advocate there to stop that interview. Because ethically, that was wrong. Absolutely 100%.
Yeah, I mean, going into sorry guys, I saw you guys saying there was some distortion, so I was
Probably my
making some
phone behind you guys.
adjustments. I was making adjustments. I went offline and then came back online to see if that would help, and I think whatever I did, it helped.
Okay.
But you know, um
Good.
she knew. I mean, they just wanted him. They just wanted him. That was end of
Okay.
story. They had their bad guy.
Yeah.
They had their victim.
Yeah.
That was it. That's why they never looked at Dan. They never looked at anybody outside. They had complete tunnel vision, focused on Nick. And to him, he was and to them, he was a monster after they saw these messages and everything. But the thing was is it is obvious to anyone that just a few minutes into the interview, you could tell that there was something mentally that wasn't working for him,
Interviewed Stephanie, his mother, and she told them the same thing, and his stepfather told him the same thing. Why did they not stop the interrogation at that point?
Yes, you can tell, just a few minutes in, he has no idea. And the fact that, he's signing his rights away and all this stuff, he's signing everything. Those signatures should have been invalid. He didn't know what he was signing.
No, I don't think he did. And that's all brought up in the offer of proof. There's a lot of this in the offer of proof. And that's why that offer of proof is so important. There's so much in that offer of proof that is important to this case. We have somebody that's wanting to come up into the box.
And also,
yes.
How could he have possibly assisted his attorneys in his own defense?
I don't think he can, and I don't think he can now. He's got way diminished capacity now. Hey, Fran, thanks for joining us. Hey.
With people that are on the spectrum, they will often regress when they are put into stressful environments. Yeah. And I can see a regression.
Yeah. Rancher, did you have a question, baby?
See a regression.
Oh, Rancher, did you have a question, baby? Oh, you're gonna have to cut if you hold on. You're gonna if you want to come back, maybe hit the box again. If not, then you're fine. You must have not hit it. But yeah, you can tell from his limited interviews that he is not all there, almost delusional in some ways. He's very delusional in some ways. He's mourning a child that never existed because this little girl convinced him that she was pregnant, and Dee Dee made her change her stupid feeding tube, and she lost her baby girl, their little baby girl. It's okay, no problem, Francher. Thank you much for dapping. And here we are. This boy is still grieving. This man, sorry, he's a man. This man is still grieving a child that never even existed, and it's the final straw that forced him to do what he did because he didn't think there was any other way. And then she chops it off by, oh, well, you won't be able to have me. And oh, by the way, babe, you know that baby, yeah, it's gone. We were gonna have a baby, and it's gone, and Mom did it.
I said that speaking of man, I said that even though he has more of a boyish capacity mentally, I saw the pictures with him and his dad together at Christmas last year, and it made me cry because here you can see how much his father has aged, and his beard is gray with lots of white in it.
Right.
And Nick has a long beard, and he's got gray hair in his beard. And I just thought, this man is going to grow
very
old.
childlike in that picture. He does. His face just, he does. And it's okay, Francher, don't worry about it. He just does. And I was thinking about it too. He's lost Stephanie.
With him, do you think about, when we think of him, we think of, the boy that was picked up and arrested, after the standoff. But now here he is, heading into being a middle-aged man who is old enough now. He's been behind bars long enough now that he's already getting gray hair.
Yeah.
That's so sad to me.
It is. It is. It is. And, the more and more I understand about Nick, and the more I see even the stuff from before he met Gypsy, is the more and more I realize how childlike he is. Yes, he has a darkness in there. I think she fostered that darkness. I think the role play was exciting to her. I don't care what Bree says. Bree's an idiot. I can't help her. I still see him as a boy, and the reason being, he still seems childlike because his mother said his understanding and his mental capacity was that of a 16-year-old, and he's not going to progress past that. And that's very evident. And now it's regressing because he's being put in this situation. And whether you think he did the whole thing or you think that there's enough reasonable doubt to say, hey, he didn't, the fact of the matter is he should never have gotten life without the possibility. He should not have gotten, they should not have been able to prove that he could deliberate because he couldn't. They should have at very least gotten second degree, but I think that they should have gone for a very diminished capacity kind of thing. I mean, they didn't even try for, like, Lori Vallow's attorneys didn't even try for, like, to say that maybe, hey, we need to have him evaluated more to see what his real understanding of all of this is, because it's very clear.
It's one of the things that you have a right, as a defendant, you are supposed to have the mental capacity to be able to help in your own defense with your attorneys, and he does not have that and never did. And to think, we think of him as a boy, and then now to see him as an aging man with gray hair is heartbreaking.
The thing is, he's wicked smart. I mean, wicked smart. He's not like clueless, but he does not have an understanding like you and I, and he has a processing. His main issue that he even tells everybody is his processing speed. So it takes longer for him to understand, and in that time period translation gets lost, you know.
And you mentioned that, and a lot of people don't know this, but not only did he get sentenced to life with the possibility of parole, but he also got an additional 25 years. And the 20 additional 25 years was something to do with a weapons related charge. Do you recall exactly what that was?
I don't remember. I have to look it up.
Yeah, but I mean, that extra 25 years, that's a big deal.
Yeah, it is. It is a big deal. It is a big deal.
And so when I see him with gray hair and I see his
Yeah.
father with white hair, it makes me think like, we are going to sit back here as a society and watch this boy age into an old man and die, or watch his father age and pass away from old age or health problems or whatever, and that he's not going to get to spend his last twilight years with his son. It's very sad.
Yes, I will be right back. My daughter is screaming, and I want to make sure everything's okay. Oh, well, there. You can look at the Cheez-Its. Sorry.
Wouldn't no, it's definitely not fair. I'll have to look at, you know what, the thing is that Gypsy is the one that mailed the jabber, and she should have been pressed with federal charges, because that is a federal charge to mail a murder weapon and evidence across state lines, using the mail. And another thing, I want y'all to realize, Gypsy actually went to the post office and got that package, purchased that package, and had the pre-postage stamped on it for what the weight would be and everything, because she had already shoplifted the knife. And so while he was actually on his way to Missouri, she had already gotten the prepaid packaged envelope addressed and ready to go, um, to mail to his home to set him up. And a lot of people don't even realize that, it wasn't, they watch the act, and the way that's portrayed is not the way that it happened. I mean, she, like I said, and she was out walking around that entire town and neighborhood. And people have come forward now and with their interviews and statements that just were not even taken into consideration, because once she took that plea deal, all of the investigations stopped. So all of these statements and everything that they got from neighbors and eyewitnesses seeing her, walking all around the area, they were just basically put into a folder, and you know, and honestly, she put the whole thing together. I mean, yes, Nick was her personal weapon. He was, you know, basically it was almost, it would have been the same if she'd hired a hitman. I mean, she paid for his travel, she paid for his lodging. um yeah, I mean, to get rid of it, she didn't need to mail it to his house. I mean, there was plenty of places there in Missouri where she could have ditched it. I mean, here's the thing, guys. She knew the day the trash was coming, and that was part of the reason why she wanted Nick to be there on that specific day, because there was a lot of evidence that was thrown out in the trash, and the neighbors confirmed that it had been picked up and it had been taken to one of two places, one of which being a landfill there in Springfield. And so the trash had already been picked up by the time that the police ever found out about any of this. So so for her, I mean, she threw away all kinds of other evidence. So, because she knew that it was going to be going to the landfill and picked up. So she could have included the murder weapon in that, but no, she wanted to make sure that it was going to be mailed to Nick's house. She's smart. She tried to say that she thought there was metal detectors at the bus terminal. Well, that's a lie, and she knew that. Like I said, I mean, who goes out and buys? Okay, first of all, she went out and shoplifted from Walmart the murder weapon, and then she walked on over to the post office and got the prepaid package for it, and made sure that it was mailed back to his home because she was trying to completely set him up 100%. There's no other way around it. So, and she honestly thought that he was going to be her scapegoat, and then she was going to be able to go home. She'd have the house all to herself. She would have the brand new car that they had just purchased. She left $15,000 cash and a pile of donation checks there at the house in the safe. I want to know, who was she leaving the money for? Did she leave the money for Dan, or did she leave the money for herself to come back to? Because and I'm only speaking of the cash right now, not the who knows how many hundreds of thousands of dollars in donation checks, but there was piles of it. So, it's just it's bad all the way around, and how Nick's defense team did not bring any of these things up. It shows what ineffective assistance of counsel he had. Yeah, she really thought she was going home. She's like, she's talking to the police officer about, basically the fact that she's wanting to make sure she's going to be out of there in time to go to see that movie. She's worried about movies and going on more trips and everything else than she is about what's going on to poor Nick in the next room. I mean, he's having a breakdown. He is crying and begging the detectives, to let him know how she's doing. And, he's freezing cold. He's handcuffed. He's stuck in a plastic chair while she's unhandcuffed, just lounging around, with a blanket on a couch. So, and, he's crying, worried about her.
Yeah. And I mean, she even researched it. She said it herself. Well, in the state of Missouri, there isn't a charge for conspiracy. So I don't want to have to remind everybody that I'm not a murderer. I just was
accessory. Yeah, there's no such thing as accessory. Or I would have gotten accessory.
I would have gotten accessory. So they couldn't charge me with accessory, so they charged me with second degree. And I took a plea, and he didn't. Oh, she just... Yes, my love.
I'm gonna make food, so are you...
Yeah, you want me to come watch him?
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem. I'll get off and I'll come watch him. Give me 5 seconds. Let me wrap it up. Well, we have had a wonderful time spending it with you guys, but I'm going to hop off here. My grandson and I and Emmy are about to eat our dinner. Sarah, thank you for hopping on with me. It has been fun.
No problem. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad I can tell that you've definitely calmed down since the beginning.
Well, yeah. Well, I also calmed down since last night when I was really angry.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, we haven't talked today. So I don't know.
That's what I said. We haven't got to talk yet. So,
All right, little man.
Hey, thank you guys all, everybody in the live, all the mods. Thank you. Thank you, mods, for everything you've done, all the viewers and the supporters. Thank
Can
you
you
guys
give
for
me a hand so I
following and supporting, tapping, liking, and to all the gifters. Thank you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the
Okay,
love.
go for it. Good
I
job.
appreciate every single one of you guys, and I don't think I don't think we'll be back tonight.
No, we
So
won't be. We won't be, and I probably won't be back again till Wednesday. I'm gonna try and record some stuff at night, tonight and tomorrow night, so you guys will have some stuff. But thank you guys for tuning in and joining the Good Wife and Dishing True Crime with the Good Wives. Don't forget to join our Patreon membership club at patreon.com/goodwivesnet. You can follow us on all of our socials at Goodwivesnet. We have a brand new TikTok. No, it doesn't have a picture yet. Yes, I'm working on it, but it's called Good Wives Net 2. And you can pre-order your autographed signed copy or not signed. So you can order a copy without a signature, pre-order it through our website, thegoodwivesnetwork.com. I just released it on there. If you want to pre-order it, you can. It'll be out May 30th at the latest. Hopefully a little sooner than that, especially for those that pre-order. And you can get one signature or both of our signatures, mine and Colleen's. Thank you, Mama. I will check my email. No problem. Love you. And if we, like I said earlier, the reason that it's $15 for the signature from me and Colleen is because we have to mail it back and forth before we mail it out to you. So,
and don't forget, guys, guess what? This weekend, what do we got? The Kentucky Derby.
I think we're just going to do something online, virtual. We'll plan some fun stuff, do some games and stuff. We'll give out maybe some merch, So I think that's what we'll do. Hitting towards the middle of the week, when we're doing Derby, What do you think?
Yeah, it's right. I didn't know. I mean, we'll discuss it. We need to discuss
Yeah,
it so we can come up with by
some fun
tomorrow
stuff.
by like a solid plan.
Yeah, because we haven't
Because
heard back from the Derby
they
guys. So.
actually start. Okay, first of all, the celebration has been going on already for a month, but Churchill starts their races on Thursday, so they race
Oh,
Thursday,
I have to go
Friday, and
then.
Saturday, and the Kentucky Derby is Saturday.
Okay, thank you guys. I have to end it though. I've got to go watch Little Man so she can cook. I love you guys. Have a great one.
Thank you,
Sarah, I'll
guys.
call you in a little bit. Bye.
All right. Good night. Thanks, everyone.
Bye, guys.